You have been sedated by comforting lies that the world is fair, that effort equals reward, and that someone is coming to save you. But reality is far more brutal. Today, we shatter those illusions. We are exposing 100 of the darkest psychological truths governing power, money, and human nature, the laws that society is too afraid to admit. This video isn't designed to make you feel good. It's designed to make you formidable. This is your wake-up call. Are you ready? 1. The liberation of zero entitlement, one of the most devastating psychological traps that modern society sets for the individual, is the insidious belief that the universe owes you a debt. This concept, often referred to in psychology as a covert contract, operates on the silent, subconscious assumption that if you are a generally good person, if you follow the rules, or simply because you exist, the world is obligated to provide you with success, respect, and happiness. However, as the raw truth suggests, nobody owes you anything, and realizing this is one of the most brutal but liberating truths you will ever face. From the very second you enter this existence, there is no signed contract between you and reality that guarantees fair treatment or a reward for your efforts. This entitlement is a poison that quietly necrotizes ambition because it creates a false expectation that the world should bend in your favor merely because you are present within it. When you operate under the influence of entitlement, you chain yourself to a cycle of bitterness and chronic disappointment. You surrender your agency to external forces, waiting for a payout that will never come. It is crucial to understand that life operates strictly on cause and effect, action and consequence, not on a moral meritocracy where your internal goodness is exchanged for external rewards. The harsh reality is that nobody is obligated to support your dreams, listen to your pain, or hand you opportunities on a silver platter. Other people are biologically and psychologically wired to focus on their own survival, their own struggles, and their own hierarchies, leaving them with little bandwidth to prioritize your destiny over theirs. This realization may feel cold and isolating at first, stripping away the warm blanket of victimhood. However, it is actually the ultimate form of empowerment. The moment you stop expecting handouts, sympathy, or guarantees, you reclaim full control over your trajectory. You shift your psychological framework from an external locus of control to an internal one. You stop waiting for permission and start moving with aggression. Those who cling to the delusion that they are owed something become trapped in resentment, endlessly comparing their lack of results to the perceived ease of others. Conversely, those who accept this brutal truth learn to engineer their own entry points when no doors are open. They stop wasting mental energy on what the world should do, and instead pour that kinetic energy into what they must do. This shift changes everything. You grind not because you are waiting for a cosmic paycheck, but because you refuse to owe the world your wasted potential. When you fully accept that nobody owes you anything, you unlock the freedom to demand everything from yourself. 2. The apathy of the crowd. Why silence is your strength. There is a harsh psychological phenomenon known as the spotlight effect, where we tend to believe that we are being noticed and evaluated by others far more than we actually are. This bias feeds into the erroneous belief that if we suffer loudly enough, or explain our pain thoroughly enough, the world will stop its rotation to pay attention and offer aid. However, the truth that hits like a physical blow is that most people simply do not care about your problems. This is not necessarily because people are inherently malicious or cruel. It is because they are human, and humans are consumed by the overwhelming chaos of their own survival. Every person you meet is carrying an invisible weight, a complex burden of bills, heartbreak, and secret insecurities that you cannot see. When you lay your problems bare in hopes of receiving validation or assistance, you are often setting yourself up for a crushing disappointment. They may nod politely. They may offer a fleeting moment of sympathetic facial expressions, but the moment you walk away, their mind snaps back to their own screaming anxieties and deadlines. Expecting others to carry your pain with the same intensity that you feel, it is a fundamental miscalculation of human nature. In the realm of dark psychology, understanding this apathy is a strategic advantage. It forces you to stop trading your trauma for attention, a currency that has no real value, and instead compels you to grow stronger in silence. Once you internalize that the crowd is indifferent, you stop crying out for rescue and start searching for tactical solutions. You realize that your problems are not a form of social currency that you can spend to earn compassion. Rather, they are the resistance training meant to sharpen your character. This shift allows you to cultivate true resilience rather than fragile dependence. While there may be rare souls who genuinely care, they are the statistical exception, not the rule. The sooner you accept the indifference of the collective, the sooner you stop leaning on fragile shoulders and start building your own unshakable spine. You begin to move through the world with a dangerous level of self-reliance, understanding that while you can share your victories, your battles are yours alone to fight. This prevents you from becoming an emotional vampire to those around you and transforms you into a fortress that needs no external validation to stand tall. 3. The Just-World Fallacy. Shattering the illusion of fairness, one of the most pervasive cognitive biases that plagues the human mind is the just-world hypothesis, the inherent need to believe that the world is fundamentally fair, that good is rewarded, and that evil is punished. This belief is a psychological comfort blanket, but reality shatters it with ruthless efficiency. The truth is that life is not fair, and accepting this reality destroys the illusions that most people desperately cling to. You can execute every step of your plan perfectly, work harder than anyone else, treat people with kindness, and play by every rule, yet still end up overlooked, betrayed, or left behind. Meanwhile, you will watch others cut corners, manipulate situations, or simply benefit from birthright advantages that you will never touch. The world does not operate on the principles of fairness or justice. It operates on the mechanics of power, timing, and pure chance. This is why tragedy strikes the innocent without reason, why corruption often thrives in the highest halls of power, and why effort does not always equal reward. The pain of this realization is brutal, because it strips away the comforting lie that justice is automatic, forcing you to confront the chaotic nature of existence. Life will break your heart and hand you losses you categorically do not deserve. Some are born into immense wealth, while others start in dirt poverty. Some inherit genetic perfection, while others fight illness from their first breath. Fairness has never been the foundation of existence. It is a human fantasy projected onto a wild, indifferent world. However, hidden inside this terrifying unfairness is a profound freedom. Once you stop waiting for life to be fair, you stop wasting your limited emotional energy on resentment and excuses. You realize that the only variable you truly control is your response to the chaos. The fact that life is unfair means you cannot predict the outcome with certainty, but it also means you are not trapped by your starting conditions. You can rise despite the odds, succeed despite the disadvantages, and carve out a path even when the deck is stacked against you. Fairness does not decide your future. Your resilience, your strategy, and your refusal to surrender do. When you accept this truth, you stop begging life to treat you kindly and start demanding more from yourself, becoming a player in the game rather than a victim of the rules. 4. The Atrophy of Ease. Escaping the comfort trap from an evolutionary perspective, organisms are wired to conserve energy and seek safety. In the modern world, this instinct manifests as a dangerous addiction to comfort. Comfort is the enemy of growth because it seduces you into a state of stagnation, whispering sweet lies that you are safe, that you have done enough, and that you deserve to rest where you are. It feels warm and deceptively satisfying, acting as a soft anesthetic against the harsh demands of excellence, However, beneath that softness lies decay. Just as muscles atrophy without resistance, your mind dulls, and your skills fade without the friction of challenge. Comfort convinces you to choose ease over effort, a choice that trades your long-term potential for short-term relief. The psychological reality is that growth demands pain. It requires you to step into the unknown, to face the possibility of failure, to endure rejection, and to push through moments where every fiber of your being screams to quit. Transformation happens only at the edge where fear meets effort. Most people never reach their true potential because they cling desperately to the familiar, living in routines and repeating safe choices while mistaking stability for happiness. What they are really doing is slowly suffocating their own greatness. Growth is forged in discomfort, in lifting the extra weight, initiating the hard conversation, chasing the terrifying opportunity, and risking embarrassment. If you are not suffering a little, you are not evolving. Comfort feels like protection, but in reality, it is a trap. The cocoon that shields you is also the prison that keeps you from flying. To break free, you must willingly embrace the fire. You must step into situations that stretch your capabilities and let discomfort carve you into something stronger. The life you desire is waiting beyond the walls of your comfort zone, and the price of entry is paid in sweat, fear, and pain. You must override your biological programming that seeks ease, and instead cultivate a mindset that runs toward difficulty, knowing that the friction of the climb is the only thing that sharpens the blade of your character. 5. The architecture of failure. Dismantling the excuse mechanism. Human beings are masters of rationalization. We utilize a psychological defense mechanism, known as cognitive dissonance reduction, to explain away our failures and protect our egos. However, the objective reality of the world is binary. You either have the result or you do not. Excuses don't change outcomes because reality does not bend to your justifications. You can possess the most convincing, logical, and heartbreaking reasons in the world for why you failed, why you didn't try, or why you gave up, but the outcome remains exactly the same. Life does not hand out rewards for good explanations. It hands them out solely for results. You can tell yourself that you were too tired, too busy, or too unlucky, but those excuses will not put food on the table or build your legacy. Excuses are seductive because they act as a shield for your ego, softening the sting of failure by providing a narrative that externalizes the blame. But every excuse is a brick in the wall that traps you in mediocrity. The more you lean on these fabrications, the weaker you become because excuses shift responsibility away from you and onto the world. When you are not responsible, you are not in control, and you render yourself a passive observer of your own decline. Winners and losers often feel the same pain and face the same obstacles, but the difference lies in their reaction to these barriers. Winners accept no excuse as valid because they understand that outcomes are all that matter. History is ruthless. It does not remember who almost made it or who had a perfectly reasonable explanation for their failure. It remembers who endured, who pushed past the obstacles, and who refused to let circumstances dictate their destiny. The moment you stop defending your limitations with excuses, you free yourself to fight for results. You must dismantle the mechanism in your brain that seeks to rationalize defeat and replace it with a relentless focus on execution. In the end, only results speak, and no amount of eloquent apologizing can substitute for the weight of achievement. 6. The tyranny of emotion. Why your feelings are liars. One of the most dangerous cognitive distortions that plagues the modern mind is emotional reasoning. The false belief that your internal emotional state reflects objective external reality. This is a truth that slices through the illusions many people live by, particularly the narrative that your feelings are sacred guides that must be obeyed. In the realm of psychological mastery, you must understand that just because you feel something deeply does not make it true. You can feel completely worthless while possessing the capability for greatness, or feel unloved while being surrounded by people who genuinely care about you. Emotions are not facts. They are fleeting physiological states shaped by fluctuating hormones, past trauma, and distorted perceptions. When you mistake these transient chemical surges for reality, you allow temporary storms to dictate the permanent direction of your life. Feelings are biologically designed to prioritize survival, not success, meaning they are compulsive liars. They exaggerate fear when the actual risk is low, amplify despair when you are merely physically exhausted, and whisper crippling doubts when you are standing on the precipice of necessary growth. If you listen to them, they will convince you to retreat when you should advance, sabotage opportunities out of imagined danger, and give up moments before a breakthrough. The brutal truth is that your feelings do not care about your future. They care exclusively about your immediate comfort. And as we have established, comfort is the enemy of growth. The world operates on a cold mechanical logic that does not bend to your emotional state. Reality moves on whether you feel ready or not, and it does not pause because you are afraid, insecure, or angry. The deal closes, the opportunity passes, and the relationship crumbles if you fail to act, regardless of how valid your hesitation feels in the moment. True psychological strength is not the absence of fear or doubt. It is the ability to act in spite of them. Mastering this truth means learning to observe your feelings with clinical detachment without bowing to them. You must anchor yourself to actions rather than emotions, because reality is built by what you do, not by what you feel. By decoupling your actions from your mood, you become a force of nature that operates with consistency, leaving behind those who are still enslaved by the whims of their own neurochemistry. 7. The Myth of Meritocracy. Why hard work is not enough. We are indoctrinated from childhood with a comforting but deceptive myth that hard work is the sole guarantor of success. This belief suggests a linear equation where effort in equals results out, but reality crushes this fantasy with ruthless efficiency. You can pour years into the grind, sacrificing sleep, sweat, and sanity, only to watch someone else surpass you with seemingly half the effort. This happens because success is not a simple calculation of labor. It is a complex algorithm shaped by timing, strategy, leverage, connections, and often pure luck. Hard work is merely the entry fee, the foundation upon which the house is built, but without direction and smart decisions, it often leads to exhaustion rather than achievement. This truth feels cruel because it violates our innate desire for a just world, where every drop of sweat is tallied and rewarded. However, empirical observation shows us laborers who work significantly harder than CEOs, yet remain in poverty, and athletes who train endlessly, yet never break into the spotlight. Hard work is necessary, but it is not sufficient. The marketplace does not pay you for your struggle or your sweat. It pays you strictly for the value you create and the results you deliver. If you are digging a hole in the wrong location, it does not matter how hard you dig. You are simply becoming a tired person with a hole. The emotional sting of this realization, that you could give everything and still fall short, is actually a gateway to strategic power. Once you accept that effort alone is a failing strategy, you stop blindly grinding and start thinking like an architect rather than a bricklayer. You begin to combine hard work with leverage, networking, adaptability, and calculated risks. You stop worshiping the hustle for its own sake and instead obsess over outcomes. Hard work won't guarantee success, but without it, success is impossible. The critical difference lies in how you direct that kinetic energy. You must shift from being merely busy to being truly effective, understanding that in the game of power, the one who works smartest dominates the one who only works hardest. 8. The Law of Exchange. Payment in blood and time. There is a fundamental law of the universe that governs all achievement. The law of equivalent exchange. Success requires sacrifice because nothing great is ever built without something else being destroyed or lost along the way. Every achievement comes with a steep invoice attached. Whether it is your time, your comfort, your relationships, or the illusion of work-life balance, you cannot expect to climb higher without surrendering the ground beneath you. The harsh truth is that while the masses are sleeping, you will be working. While they are indulging in fleeting pleasures, you will be disciplining yourself. And while they chase happiness, you will be chasing purpose. Sacrifice is the toll the universe demands before it allows you entry into the realm of the exceptional. Most people claim they want success, but they are unwilling to pay this price. They desire the physique without the agony of the gym, the wealth without the anxiety of risk, and the recognition without the humiliation of failure. But success is ruthless. It only opens its doors to those willing to incinerate distractions, abandon the safety of the herd, and prioritize their vision above all else. You will miss parties. You will lose friends who do not understand your path. And you will endure periods of profound isolation while the world passes you by. This isolation is not a punishment. It is the reality of chasing something greater than yourself. These sacrifices cut deep, but they serve a functional purpose. They reveal who you truly are and strip away your weaknesses. They force you to decide if you truly want what you claim to want, or if you are just in love with the fantasy of the result. Every hour spent in sacrifice is an investment that compounds into a future that few will ever taste. Success is never handed to anyone. It is earned through this relentless exchange. The question you must ask yourself is not whether sacrifice is required, but whether you are willing to bleed for the life you desire. 9. The entropy of existence. Time is the ultimate scarcity of all the resources available to you. Time is the only one that is strictly non-renewable. Time is your most valuable asset, precisely because once it is spent, it can never be replenished. You can lose money and earn it back through smart business. You can ruin your health and slowly rebuild it through medicine and discipline. You can even repair broken relationships after years of neglect. But once a moment dissolves into the past, it is gone forever, irretrievable by any amount of power or wealth. Every tick of the clock is a piece of your life vanishing, a grim reminder that you are dying by the second. The paradox of wealth is that the richest man in the world possesses the exact same 24-hour cycle as the poorest beggar. Yet, the vast majority of people squander this asset with reckless abandon, acting as if they have an infinite supply. The brutal truth is that time is slipping away faster than your mind can comprehend. Years blur into decades, opportunities vanish into the ether, and the people you love eventually disappear into the grave. Wasting your hours on mindless distractions, toxic relationships, and meaningless pursuits isn't just careless. It is a form of slow-motion self-destruction. When you kill time, you are killing your dreams, your potential, and your future self. Those who rise above the mediocre treat time with a reverence bordering on obsession. They understand that discipline today buys freedom tomorrow, and that focus is the highest form of respect you can pay to your own existence. While the masses chase money with desperation, the truly powerful chase time because they know it is the ultimate currency. Every choice you make is a trade with time. You either invest it in something that compounds into growth, or burn it in ways that leave you with nothing but regret. The cruel beauty of this truth is that it forces you to confront your own mortality. You are running out of time, and how you spend your remaining sand in the hourglass will decide who you become. 10. The cog in the machine. Accepting your replaceability, there is a cold, clarifying truth that strips away the ego's most comforting fantasies. You are replaceable in most areas of life. Whether in your job, your social role, your friendships, or even your romantic partnerships, the machinery of the world will continue to function with or without you. This realization stings because it attacks your core identity and the quiet narrative that your presence is essential, that the world would crumble if you stepped away. But the reality is much harsher, and paradoxically, more liberating. When you accept that you are replaceable, you stop demanding special treatment based on your existence and start delivering undeniable value based on your output. This concept is not about diminishing your self-worth. It is about shattering entitlement and forcing radical accountability. The realization of replaceability reveals where you have been coasting, relying on tenure, reputation, or relationships rather than current competence and contribution. It exposes the fragile ego that thinks loyalty is guaranteed and highlights the painful economic truth that the world rewards what is useful, rare, and consistent. People who thrive do not hide behind the myth of indispensability. They assume they can be replaced and work tirelessly to make that difficult. They tattoo adaptability into their psyche, cultivating rare skills and building soft power, trust, reliability, and calm competence that is hard to replicate. Knowing you can be replaced wakes you up at 3:00 a.m. to the reality that prestige is temporary and comfort is not protection. It compels you to sharpen your edge, rehearse humility, and steward your relationships with intentionality rather than assumption. Furthermore, this truth frees you from the paralyzing fear of loss. If you know you are replaceable in a role, you are also free to leave it. You can take calculated risks, pivot careers, and reinvent yourself without the delusion that your entire identity is tied to a single position. Replaceability is a truth that strips you bare, then hands you a binary choice. Become truly valuable by mastering your craft, or accept being forgotten by the system. 11. The Orphan Archetype. Killing the savior fantasy. There is a definitive moment in the psychological maturation of every high-performing individual that cuts like a cold blade across the soul. The realization that no one is coming to save you. From infancy, we are biologically and socially conditioned to crave rescue. As helpless children, we look to parents, as students to teachers, and as citizens to institutions or governments. We are wired with a deep-seated primal expectation that when the walls close in, a benevolent force, be it a mentor, a partner, or a miracle, will swoop in to deliver us from our pain. This is the savior fantasy, a cognitive distortion that convinces us that our suffering is a signal for help rather than a call to action. However, the brutal truth of the adult world is that this safety net is a hallucination. This realization is terrifying because it murders the comforting fantasy of dependency. It forces you to confront the absolute isolation of your own agency. Even if benevolent souls offer you advice or lend a temporary hand, they cannot live your life, fight your demons, or endure your specific battles. The responsibility to climb out of the pit rests entirely on your own shoulders, and the longer you wait for a savior, the deeper you sink into the quicksand of victimhood. This passive waiting is a form of learned helplessness, a psychological state where you surrender your power to external forces that may never arrive, effectively pausing your life in hopes of an intervention that is statistically unlikely to happen. However, the sting of this realization is exactly what forges true warriors. When you finally internalize that the cavalry is not coming, a massive psychological shift occurs. You stop begging the universe for favors and stop handing away your power. You begin to grip the reins of your destiny with bloody hands, transforming from a passive non-player character in your own story to its active architect. You start building your own escape routes and crafting your own future because you understand that if you do not do it, it simply will not be done. This truth, while initially cold and isolating, is the ultimate liberation. By accepting that you are alone in your responsibility, you become unstoppable, realizing that the only savior you ever needed was the version of yourself that refused to give up. 12. The biology of courage. Why fear is eternal. A prevalent lie sold by the modern self-help industry is the notion that if you work on yourself enough, you will eventually become fearless. This is biologically impossible and evolutionarily suicidal. Fear is not a defect. It is a survival mechanism hardwired into your amygdala. the ancient part of your brain designed to scan for threats and keep your ancestors alive in a world filled with predators. Fear never goes away. You simply get stronger in its presence. It will always lurk in the shadows of every risk, every leap of faith, and every step into the unknown, whispering dire warnings of humiliation, rejection, and failure. The catastrophic mistake most people make is waiting for the fear to subside before they act. They pause, waiting for a surge of confidence or a moment of perfect certainty. But that moment is a mirage. The people who move mountains and create legendary lives do not wait for the fear to die. They walk side by side with it and act anyway. They understand that courage is not the absence of fear, but the judgment that the goal is more important than the fear. Every time you push through trembling hands, sweaty palms, and a racing heart, you are engaging in a form of psychological exposure therapy. You are sending a signal to your nervous system that you can survive the discomfort. With each repetition of facing your terror, your courage compounds. You do not shrink the fear. You expand your capacity to handle it. You become larger than the obstacle and heavier than the doubt. Fear transforms from an enemy into a signal, a rigorous indicator that you are stepping into territory where growth lives. If you are not afraid, you are likely stagnating in the safety of the known. The strongest people are not fearless. They are simply the ones who refuse to let their biological instincts dictate their narrative. Mastery of life is found in the ability to feel the adrenaline of terror and interpret it not as a stop sign, but as fuel for the necessary action. 13. The Dopamine Trap. Why motivation is for amateurs. We live in a culture that fetishizes motivation, treating it as the holy fuel of success. However, relying on motivation is a strategy for failure because it is fleeting, fragile, and entirely dependent on your transient emotional state. Motivation is essentially a spike in dopamine, a spark that is bright and exciting, but inevitably short-lived. One day you wake up inspired, ready to conquer the empire, and the next day you can barely summon the energy to leave your bed. If you build the foundation of your future on this unstable ground, you will quit the moment the feeling fades, and rest assured, it always fades. The gym feels effortless when you are motivated. Work feels exhilarating when passion is high. But the second boredom, exhaustion, or the monotony of the grind creeps in, motivation evaporates, leaving you stranded. This is where the concept of discipline becomes paramount. Discipline is the cold steel frame that holds the structure of your life together. When your feelings betray you, it is the ability to execute commands regardless of your mood, showing up when every fiber of your being wants to retreat to comfort. Discipline doesn't care if you are tired or scared. It simply executes. The brutal truth is that the most successful people in any domain are not the most motivated. They are the most disciplined. They understand that the work must be done whether or not the muse decides to visit. They write when they feel empty, train when their bodies ache, and build when the excitement has turned into a slog. This consistency creates a momentum that motivation can never replicate. If you depend on motivation, your life will be a chaotic roller coaster of starts and stops. But if you master discipline, you build an engine that carries you through the storms of apathy. Motivation might start the fire, but only discipline keeps it burning long enough to forge a legacy. 14. The Amnesia of History. Why your failures don't matter. There is a psychological phenomenon known as the spotlight effect, where we believe everyone is scrutinizing our every move. This leads to a paralyzing fear of failure, as we imagine our missteps are being cataloged by a judgmental audience. However, the liberating truth is that nobody remembers your failures. They only remember your results. In the moment, failure feels permanent and searingly humiliating, carving deep scars into your ego. But the brutal reality is that the world is too narcissistic, too busy chasing its own survival, to hold on to your mistakes. People rarely care about the process. They care about the product. History is written in outcomes, not attempts. Nobody obsessively counts how many times Thomas Edison's filaments burned out. They only care that he eventually illuminated the world. Nobody remembers the losses of a championship team. They only celebrate the trophy. Failure is merely the background noise. Success is the signal that cuts through. When you obsess over looking foolish, you forget that most failures vanish into the ether of irrelevance once you produce a win. The sting of failure only lingers if you stop. Quitting is the only action that cements a failure into your permanent record because it makes that failure your final chapter. But if you persist, if you alchemize every collapse into fuel for the next attempt, those failures become invisible stepping stones that nobody else even bothers to count. The world does not track your stumbles. It is a binary system that checks yes or no on whether you eventually made it. Once you succeed, the failures that kept you awake at night are erased from the collective memory, leaving only the undeniable weight of your triumph. This knowledge should free you to take massive risks, knowing that the only judgment that sticks is the one that comes after you win. 15. The biological tax, the inescapable cost of neglect in the pursuit of wealth, status, and conquest. There is one asset that is frequently liquidated first: health. This is a catastrophic error, because your health will definitively define your future. You can accumulate all the riches of the world, chase status and success, but without a functioning vessel to experience them, they are worthless. The body you neglect in your youth does not forget. It keeps the score, and it eventually becomes the prison you are forced to inhabit. Every skipped workout, every meal of processed poison, and every hour of sleep sacrificed for the grind compounds silently, creating a debt that will be collected with interest. The cruel reality of biology is that while money can buy the best medical treatment, it cannot buy back vitality, energy, or the years lost to preventable decline. This truth is terrifying because the damage is often invisible until it becomes undeniable. You do not notice the erosion until climbing a flight of stairs leaves you gasping, until your reflection carries a fatigue that sleep cannot cure, or until a doctor delivers a diagnosis that shatters your timeline. Health is the foundational substrate upon which all ambition, love, and capability are built. Without it, your dreams stall, and even your relationships suffer under the crushing weight of your illness. Most people operate under the delusion that they can trade health for success now and fix it later. But later rarely comes. The body punishes neglect ruthlessly. Those who play the long game understand that energy and physical resilience are assets as tangible as real estate or stocks, and they invest in them daily. The emotional sting of this truth is the realization that your discipline today determines your freedom tomorrow. Every choice, what you eat, how you move, how you rest, is a vote for the future version of yourself. You can choose to age with power and capability, or with regret and frailty. You cannot escape the biological consequences. Your health will write the story of your future whether you respect it or not. 16. The poison of expectation. How entitlement rots ambition. There is a psychological pathogen that quietly infects the ambitious mind, stalling growth and poisoning relationships: entitlement. This is the seductive, subconscious belief that the world owes you rewards, recognition, and success simply by virtue of your existence. It operates as a silent killer of progress because it fundamentally distorts your perception of reality, tricking you into believing that your internal sense of worth should automatically translate into external results. It whispers that your struggles are unique currency that should purchase you success, or that your mere presence requires the world to bend to your expectations. However, the brutal truth of dark psychology is that life is not a meritocracy of suffering. It operates strictly on the exchange of value. When you operate from a place of entitlement, you effectively lock yourself into stagnation. Instead of aggressively improving your skills or adapting to the market, you adopt a passive stance, sitting back and waiting for the accolades you feel you deserve. When the world inevitably fails to hand over these unearned rewards, the entitled mind does not reflect or pivot. It sulks. This resentment is dangerous because it externalizes the locus of control. You become convinced that the system is broken rather than accepting the raw acknowledgement that you are simply not yet good enough. Progress demands a humiliating level of humility, the admission that you must earn every inch of ground you take, and that absolutely nothing is promised to you. Furthermore, entitlement is social suicide. It acts as a repellent in high-value networks. High-performing individuals can smell the stench of entitlement from a mile away. They recoil from those who demand rather than contribute, who expect loyalty without first earning trust, and who crave respect without showing it. It isolates you, turning potential allies into enemies and transforming open doors into dead ends. The world does not punish entitlement out of malice. It punishes it with indifference. It simply ignores you, leaving you behind, while it rewards the relentless and the humble. The harsh reality you must confront is that the second you believe you deserve something, you stop working for it. And in a competitive environment, the second you stop working, you begin to die. The only cure for this poison is radical responsibility. You must understand that your problems, your lack of success, and your obscurity are your fault, and therefore only your action can fix them. 17. The Intentionality Trap. Why the universe ignores your thoughts. We live in an era that glorifies the idea, celebrating the visionaries and the dreamers. However, there is a dangerous disconnect between the internal world of intention and the external world of results. Life rewards action, strictly and exclusively. It does not pay you for what you meant to do. You can possess the most brilliant business strategies, the most noble altruistic goals, and the most inspiring creative visions. But if they never leave the safety of your skull, they are indistinguishable from hallucinations. They rot in your mind, serving only to stroke your ego without shifting your reality. The harsh truth is that the universe is physically incapable of moving for your thoughts. It only moves for kinetic force. Intentions are seductive because they are safe. They allow you to inhabit a fantasy world where you are successful, fit, and wealthy without ever risking the pain of rejection or the humiliation of failure. This is a form of mental masturbation, counterfeit achievement that floods your brain with dopamine, making you feel accomplished when you have built nothing. In this fantasy, you are the author of a bestseller, the founder of an empire, or the savior of your community. But reality is a cold accountant. The body remains unfit, the bank account remains empty, and the dream remains a ghost. Action, by contrast, is terrifying because it is dangerous. It drags your ego out of the shadows and exposes it to the light, opening the door to criticism, rejection, and failure. However, it is the only mechanism that generates progress. A person who takes messy, imperfect action and fails is infinitely superior to the intellectual who crafts the perfect plan but never executes it. The gap between who you are today and who you want to be is not bridged by wishing or manifesting. It is bridged solely by movement. Life is brutal in its simplicity. It respects execution above all else. Dreams that are not backed by the violence of action eventually rot into the poisonous sludge of regret. You must stop congratulating yourself for your good intentions and start judging yourself strictly by your tangible output. 18. The toll of greatness. Why failure is a mathematical certainty. If you are aiming for a life of mediocrity, you can likely avoid failure entirely. By staying within the narrow confines of the familiar, you protect yourself from the sting of defeat. However, if you aim high, failure transforms from a possibility into a mathematical certainty. The path to greatness is not a smooth ascent. It is a jagged climb littered with broken attempts, shattered expectations, and painful lessons. The higher the peak you wish to conquer, the steeper the climb, and the more brutal the inevitable falls will be. Those who play small avoid the fall, but they also avoid the view, the achievement, and the impact. To chase something beyond the ordinary is to walk headfirst into a storm of rejection and criticism. This is the admission ticket to the arena. The author who dreams of a bestseller must first endure the silence of rejection letters. The entrepreneur building an empire must watch ideas collapse and capital vanish. The athlete chasing gold must taste the dirt of defeat far more often than taste the dirt of defeat far more often. Champagne of victory. Each of these failures cuts deep, attacking your self-worth. But they also perform a critical function. They carve wisdom, strength, and resilience into your character. Without the risk of failure, success would have no value because it would require no sacrifice. The true fear of failure is rarely about the event itself. It is about the exposure. It is the fear of being seen as inadequate, of being laughed at by the spectators, of having your illusion of invincibility shattered. But the dark truth is that those who never fail are the ones who never tried hard enough to matter. Failure is not proof of weakness. It is the tangible evidence that you are reaching further than your current capacity allows. You are faced with a binary choice. Set your sights low to guarantee safety and mediocrity, or aim high and accept that you will fail often. Each failure is not a tombstone. It is a data point, proof that you have the audacity to chase a life that actually matters. 19. The Narcissism of Youth. You are not the chosen one. Modern upbringing often instills a deep-seated narcissism, a comforting lie whispered since childhood, that you are special, unique, and destined for greatness simply by virtue of being born. You were told you were the main character in the movie of life, but when you step into the brutal, competitive arena of the real world, this illusion is stripped away violently. You realize that there are millions of people who are smarter than you, work harder than you, look better than you, and are chasing the exact same dreams. Being alive does not entitle you to admiration, respect, or success. The universe is indifferent. It does not hand out crowns to people simply for existing. This truth feels like a betrayal because it attacks the ego's desire to be extraordinary without paying the price. We all crave the status of the chosen one, but the world does not bend to wishful thinking. You are, by default, just another human statistic until you decide to force reality to see you otherwise. Raw talent is common. Intelligence is a commodity. Ambition is cheap. What actually separates the exceptional from the herd is relentless action, the resilience to keep moving when others quit, and a refusal to remain average. Most people never escape the trap of potential. They coast through life waiting for the recognition they believe is their birthright. And when life overlooks them, they curdle into bitterness. The harsh beauty of this truth is that once you accept you are not inherently special, you are liberated from the delusion of destiny. You realize that the only path to becoming exceptional is through consistent, brutal effort. You are special. You bleed for it, sweat for it, and sacrifice for it. You create your own significance through the choices you make daily and the limits you break. You are not special for being here, but you can become unforgettable if you are willing to embrace the pain that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. 20. The curse of potential. Why talent is a dangerous gift. There is a tragedy more painful than lack of ability, and that is the waste of it. Talent without effort is not just a shame, it is meaningless. Raw ability is nothing more than potential energy. It means nothing if it is not sharpened, tested, and pushed to its breaking point. The world is littered with the wreckage of people who are naturally gifted, those who are smarter, faster, or more creative than their peers. Yet, most of these individuals fade into mediocrity because they fall into the trap of relying on their talent alone. They believe their gift is a substitute for the grind, but talent can only open the door. It takes relentless effort to keep it from slamming shut. The brutal truth of performance psychology is that effort beats talent every single time that talent refuses to work. We see this constantly. The athlete who skips practice because they are natural. The artist who never refines their technique. The genius who lacks discipline. They all eventually watch someone less gifted but more driven surpass them, simply because that person showed up every single day. Effort is the force multiplier of talent. It is the alchemy that transforms potential into mastery. Without it, even the brightest flame burns out unnoticed. Wasted talent is more than a loss of opportunity. It is a profound betrayal of your own existence. To be given a gift, and to let it rot through laziness, is to deny yourself the life you could have lived. It is a specific kind of hell to watch others live your dream because you were too comfortable to chase it. Deep down, the ghost of wasted talent haunts you more than failure ever could. Failure at least implies that you entered the arena and fought. Waste means you quit before the battle began. Talent is a seed, not a tree. Without the water and sun of effort, it stays buried in the dirt, unseen and forgotten. You have a choice: waste it or work it. The outcome is entirely on you. 21. The Hedonic Treadmill. Why money magnifies misery. There is a persistent socioeconomic delusion that suggests wealth is the ultimate panacea for human suffering. We are conditioned to believe that if we can just hit a certain number in our bank account, the profound emptiness inside us will be filled with concrete joy. However, the psychological reality is far more complex and darker. Wealth does not equal happiness. It equals amplification. Money is an unbiased magnifier of the psyche. If you are a generous, grounded person, money will give you the tools to do great good. But if you are broken, insecure, anxious, or bitter, wealth will not heal you. It will simply fund your dysfunction on a grander scale. It gives you the means to distract yourself with more expensive toys and isolate yourself behind higher walls. But it cannot surgically remove the void in your soul. This phenomenon is often linked to the hedonic treadmill, a psychological concept observing that humans quickly return to a relatively stable level of happiness despite major positive or negative life changes. You chase the status, the luxury car, and the mansion, believing they hold the key to fulfillment. Yet, once acquired, the dopamine rush fades rapidly, leaving you with the same internal state you had before. Only now you are surrounded by more things to maintain. Countless millionaires live in quiet, desperate misery, addicted, depressed, and profoundly lonely, serving as living proof that you cannot purchase peace of mind. Happiness is not a commodity sold in any store. It is a biochemical and psychological state derived from meaning, connection, and purpose. This is not to say money is worthless. Poverty is indeed a form of misery that suffocates potential. But viewing wealth as the final destination is a trap. When you make money the sole objective, you risk waking up in a golden cage, rich in assets but bankrupt in spirit. You may sacrifice your health, your relationships, and your integrity to build a fortune, only to realize that the ladder you climbed was leaning against the wrong wall. True fulfillment comes from alignment with your values and the pursuit of growth, things that money can support but never create. If you do not cultivate a rich inner life while you are broke, you will simply be a miserable person with a better view when you are rich. 22. Memento Mori. The surgical power of accepted death in a world obsessed with youth and preservation. We collectively participate in a massive denial of the single most undeniable fact of existence. You will die someday. This truth is the only unbiased reality that levels kings and beggars alike. It is the quiet clock ticking in every chest, the shadow that stalks every ambition. Yet, most people live in a state of functional immortality, acting as if they have an infinite supply of tomorrows. They postpone difficult conversations, delay chasing their dreams, and hoard their affection, convincing themselves that there will always be a later. But later is a precarious rumor, a lie we tell ourselves to avoid the terror of acting now. This denial is a psychological defense mechanism, but it is also a sedative that lulls you into mediocrity. The brutal truth of mortality is terrifying, because it forces you to confront the sheer volume of time you have already wasted. The grudges you've held, the relationships you've neglected, and the potential you've buried under the guise of convenience. However, stripping away this denial is the most liberating thing you can do. When you truly internalize that your days are numbered, the trivial noise of life falls away. You stop caring about the opinions of people who will be strangers at your funeral. You realize that every moment of hesitation is a theft from a life you will never get back. Embracing your mortality, practicing Memento Mori, makes your priority surgical. It cuts through the fat of existence. It compels you to speak when silence would cost you your truth, to love when fear would have you hide, and to take risks when safety would have you shrink. It forces you to live with ferocity and ruthless intention. You understand that you are not building a life for some distant future. You are living it right now, in the only time that actually exists. The awareness of death creates an urgency that life itself often fails to provide. It reminds you that the game will end, and the only thing that matters is how you played your hand while you still held the cards. 23. The Mediocrity Algorithm. Breaking the addiction to average there is a harsh judgment that one must make when looking at the state of the average individual. Most people live mediocre lives by choice. This is not to victim blame those in impossible circumstances, but to highlight a psychological pattern observed in the vast majority of the population. Mediocrity is rarely forced upon people. It is chosen, day after day, through a series of quiet micro-decisions to prioritize comfort over courage. It is found in the decision to stay in a job that drains the soul, to suppress a dream out of fear of failure, and to numb the mind with cheap entertainment rather than sharpen it with discipline. People construct elaborate narratives to protect their egos from this truth. They tell stories of bad luck, unfair systems, or lack of resources. While these factors exist, the uncomfortable reality is that mediocrity feels safer than risk. It is easier to complain than to change. It is less painful to blend in than to stand out. This truth is brutal because it exposes the willful nature of stagnation. People convince themselves they lack the time or talent, when in reality, they lack the will. Every extraordinary life is built on the foundation of sacrifice, waking earlier, pushing harder, and saying no to the immediate gratification that the masses say yes to. The sting of this realization lies in the mirror it holds up to your own life. If most people are mediocre by choice, you are forced to ask yourself if you are currently choosing that path. Mediocrity is crowded, noisy, and filled with people validating each other's excuses. Greatness, by contrast, is lonely, brutal, and merciless. But the difference is entirely a decision. You cannot control where you start in life, but you have absolute control over whether you settle. To escape the gravitational pull of the average, you must make the conscious, painful decision to defect from the majority and walk a path that few dare to tread. 24. The Decay of Bonds. Why loyalty is an endangered species. One of the most painful lessons in social psychology is the impermanence of human connection. We grow up believing in the forever of friendship and family, but the reality is that friends change, and loyalty is incredibly rare. Human beings are not static entities. They are dynamic systems that evolve, drift, and shift based on their environment and priorities. The people who feel like your tribe today may become total strangers tomorrow, not necessarily out of malice, but simply because their trajectory no longer aligns with yours. Childhood friends vanish into the responsibilities of adulthood, college allies scatter into different careers, and deep bonds fade when life pulls you in opposing directions. This truth hurts because we crave permanence to feel secure. But permanence in people is an illusion. True loyalty, the kind that withstands distance, storms, and the temptation of betrayal, is a statistical anomaly. Most friendships are contextual, meaning they are built on shared convenience, proximity, or a temporary alignment of goals. Once the context changes, you leave the job, move cities, or stop drinking, the friendship dissolves, revealing that what you thought was a deep bond was merely a situational alliance. You will find that many people are loyal only to the need you fulfill for them, not to you as a person. Recognizing this prevents you from living in a state of constant heartbreak. You learn to stop expecting everyone to stay and start appreciating the few who do. The handful of people who stand by you when you have nothing to offer, who show up in your crises as well as your celebrations, are priceless. They are the exception. Betrayal and fading connections are not failures. They are filters. They teach you that loyalty is not a promise. It is proof. It is earned and tested over time. By accepting the transient nature of most relationships, you can protect your energy for the rare souls who have proven they are worth the investment. 25. The Vampire of Envy. Transmuting bitterness into fuel jealousy is a parasitic emotion. It is wasted energy that drains your power while handing it over to the object of your envy. When you look at someone else's success, beauty, or wealth with bitterness, you are engaging in a psychological act of self-sabotage. You are tricking your brain into believing that life is a zero-sum game, that their light somehow dims your own, or that their victory is the cause of your defeat. This scarcity mindset paralyzes you. Instead of focusing on your own construction, you obsess over their foundation, eating away at your confidence and blinding you to the opportunities within your own reach. The harsh reality is that there will always be someone richer, smarter, younger, or more talented than you. If you anchor your self-worth in comparison, you are destined for a life of perpetual inadequacy. Jealousy locks you in a game you cannot win because the goalposts are constantly moving. It keeps you small because it forces you into the role of a critic rather than a creator. You waste hours resenting the player instead of studying the game. This resentment is toxic. It poisons your mindset and creates a barrier between you and the very success you crave. However, dark psychology suggests that even negative emotions can be utilized if transmuted correctly. The energy behind jealousy is potent. It is desire disguised as anger. You can flip the script. Instead of asking why them, ask how did they do it. When you shift from envy to curiosity, you transform a block into a blueprint. You stop wishing for their downfall and start reverse engineering their rise. Every ounce of energy you reclaim from jealousy can be reinvested into your own discipline and action. When you celebrate another's win, you align yourself with the energy of abundance. Jealousy suffocates potential, but emulation and action create the very reality you are envious of. 26. The illusion of effort. The psychology of chronic complaint. There is a deceptive psychological mechanism that many people fall into, mistaking the vocalization of dissatisfaction for the actual work of solving a problem. This is the trap of complaining. Complaining is the illusion of action without the substance of change. It is a seductive habit because it provides a temporary counterfeit release of pressure. When you vent, your brain releases a small hit of dopamine associated with doing something, tricking you into feeling productive when in reality, you have changed absolutely nothing about your circumstances. The broken system remains broken, the unfair boss remains unfair, and the difficult circumstance remains exactly as it was. From a neuroplasticity perspective, complaining is self-destructive. The brain rewires itself based on what it repeatedly does. By constantly focusing on the negative and verbalizing your helplessness, you are literally training your neural pathways to scan for problems rather than solutions. You are cementing a victim mindset, reinforcing the narrative that life is something happening to you rather than something you can shape. This turns you into a passive observer of your own decline. Complaining broadcasts helplessness, a signal to the world that you would rather stew in misery than confront discomfort head-on. Socially, the cost is even higher. The harsh truth is that nobody respects a chronic complainer. While people may listen politely and nod in social obligation, behind their eyes lies exhaustion and a desire to escape. They understand instinctively that words without solutions drain energy instead of creating it. High-value individuals, those who build, lead, and conquer, have zero tolerance for this energy leak. They know that the world does not reward those who wallow. It rewards those who tackle problems, reframe them, or outgrow them. Every minute you spend complaining is a minute stolen from building the leverage required to escape the very thing you despise. To break this cycle, you must adopt a philosophy of radical responsibility. If you are not willing to act to change a situation, you have lost the right to complain about it. The moment you stop giving your voice to complaints, you create the silence necessary for solutions to emerge. 27. The indifference of time. Why the world ignores your pain when tragedy strikes. When you lose a loved one, suffer a betrayal, or face a catastrophic failure, your internal world grinds to a screeching halt. You feel as though the sun should not rise, that traffic should stop, and that the machinery of existence should pause to acknowledge your devastation. But one of the coldest truths you will ever confront is that the world keeps moving. The sun rises with mechanical indifference. Bills arrive in the mail, deadlines loom, and strangers on the street continue to laugh and rush to work, completely untouched by the storm raging inside you. This reality is brutal because grief demands recognition, but life offers none. The universe is not cruel, it is simply indifferent. It operates on a timeline that has no concern for your emotional state. While friends and family may offer sympathy for a fleeting moment, they too eventually return to the chaos of their own lives, leaving you to stand alone in the wreckage. This realization can lead to deep bitterness if you expect the external world to mirror your internal pain. However, recognizing this indifference is also the key to survival. The sting of this truth is that grief does not grant you immunity from responsibility. Your health will not pause its biological processes, your career will not hold its breath, and opportunities will not freeze in place, waiting for you to heal. If you allow grief to consume you completely, stepping out of the flow of life, reality will quietly strip away everything else you still possess. The savage freedom hidden in this truth is the call to action. If the world will not pause, then neither should you. Moving forward does not mean forgetting or disrespecting your loss. It means refusing to let the loss steal the future that remains. You must make the agonizing choice to function while bleeding, to carry the weight rather than waiting for it to disappear. Pain may slow you down, but only you decide whether it paralyzes you or propels you into a deeper, more resilient version of yourself. 28. The currency of command. Why you cannot demand respect. There is a fundamental misunderstanding in the hierarchy of human interaction regarding the nature of respect. Many people, particularly those in positions of new authority or those suffering from insecurity, make the fatal error of trying to demand respect. They believe that a title, an age, or a self-inflated ego entitles them to the admiration of others. However, respect must be earned, not demanded. You can force people to obey you through fear, coercion, or structural power, but that is not respect. That is compliance. That is compliance. Compliance is fragile and exists only as long as the threat remains. Respect is durable and exists even when you leave the room. True respect is a psychological response to value. It is built through the consistent demonstration of character, competence, and integrity. It arises when others look at you and see a strength they cannot ignore, a reliability that does not waver, and a set of standards that you refuse to compromise. The brutal truth is that nobody owes you admiration simply because you exist or because you think you are important. When you try to force respect by shouting louder, posturing, or demanding validation, you actually signal weakness. You signal that you do not possess the internal gravity to command attention naturally, so you must resort to theatricality. This creates resentment, not reverence. People do not respect what you say you are. They respect what you repeatedly prove you are, especially when it is difficult. They watch who you are when nobody is looking, and how you handle adversity. Respect is an accumulation of micro-actions. The promises kept, the emotional control maintained in chaos, the fairness shown to subordinates. It is slow to build, requiring years of consistency, but it is quick to vanish. Those who understand the dynamics of power do not chase respect with words or demands. They attract it through the sheer weight of their actions. If you want to be respected, you must first be respectable. You must prove yourself worthy of the status you claim. 29. The Glass Castle. The terrifying fragility of reputation in the economy of social interaction. Your reputation is your credit score. It determines the opportunities you are offered, the trust you are granted, and the benefit of the doubt you receive. However, there is a terrifying asymmetry to this asset. Trust takes years of painstaking effort to build, but only seconds to shatter. You can spend a lifetime crafting an image of reliability, loyalty, and strength, meticulously laying brick after brick of good deeds. Yet a single careless action, a moment of unchecked anger, or a moral lapse can bring the entire structure crashing down. This fragility exists because of a psychological phenomenon known as the negativity bias. The human brain is wired to weigh negative information far more heavily than positive information. People rarely remember the 1,000 times you did the right thing. They will effortlessly recall the one time you did the wrong thing. In a modern world where attention spans are short and information travels at the speed of light, gossip spreads faster than truth, and perception often kills you before the facts even surface. Once doubt infects your name, it replicates like a virus, leaving scars that time alone cannot heal. The brutal reality is that it often does not matter how pure your intentions were, or how unfair the circumstances might be. What people see, hear, and believe becomes their operational truth about you. One broken promise or reckless choice can burn bridges that will never be rebuilt. This truth should not paralyze you into inaction, but it should wake you up to the need for extreme vigilance. Every word you speak and every decision you make is a vote cast for your reputation. You must guard your name as if it were your life, because, in many practical ways, it is. Once your reputation is broken, you are not just starting over from zero. You are starting from a deficit. 30. The Inescapable Gaze. The freedom of accepting judgment. There is a deep, primal fear that drives much of human behavior. We twist ourselves into knots, dilute our opinions, and censor our true selves in a desperate attempt to control how others perceive us. We believe that if we are just kind enough, successful enough, or quiet enough, we can escape criticism. But the brutal truth is that people will judge you no matter what. Judgment is hardwired into human nature. It is a survival mechanism used to categorize friends, foes, and threats. From the moment you walk into a room, people are dissecting your appearance, your tone, and your choices. You cannot win this game. You can be kind, and someone will label you weak. You can be strong and decisive, and someone will call you arrogant. You can succeed, and they will attribute it to luck, fail, and they will call you foolish. Judgment is relentless and unavoidable. Most people waste their lives in a futile attempt to outrun their own shadow, sacrificing their authenticity for an acceptance that is never guaranteed. Trying to please everyone is a recipe for becoming no one. Even neutrality is judged as cowardice. However, there is a liberating side to this harsh reality. Once you accept that judgment is inevitable, that you will be criticized regardless of what you do, you stop living for approval. You stop apologizing for existing and start living on your own terms. You realize that the opinions of others are merely projections of their own insecurities and biases, having little to do with your actual work. The world will always talk. The only question is whether you will let their voices cage you, or whether you will build a life so unapologetically your own that their judgment becomes nothing but background noise. The power shifts when you decide that you would rather be judged for who you are than liked for who you are not. 31. The Irreversibility Principle, the horror of finite windows there, is a terrifying concept in thermodynamics known as entropy, the inevitable drift from order into disorder. But in the psychology of decision-making, this manifests as the harsh reality of irreversibility. We are culturally conditioned to believe in the concept of the second chance, a comforting narrative that suggests mistakes can always be fixed and paths can always be retraced. However, the brutal truth is that some doors close forever, and no amount of knocking, pleading, or bargaining will ever pry them open again. Life is not a video game with infinite respawns or save points. It is a linear, decaying timeline where certain choices result in permanent lockout. This truth is devastating because it forces you to confront the agonizing reality of your own hesitation. That dream opportunity you keep delaying, that risk you are too afraid to take, and that relationship you are neglecting are not static assets. They are decaying organic matter. Time does not rewind, and opportunities do not linger patiently waiting for you to feel ready. When a door closes, it often seals shut for good, leaving you on the outside looking at a future that is no longer yours. This creates a specific type of psychological torture known as counterfactual thinking, the endless loop of what if, which burns far hotter and longer than the pain of failure ever could. The pain of realizing you waited too long, that you let fear or laziness steal your shot, is a regret that burns for a lifetime. Yet, the dark power of this truth lies in its ability to weaponize your anxiety. When you viscerally understand that some doors close forever, you stop wasting time on the fantasy of someday and start acting with violent urgency today. You stop taking people for granted and stop assuming the world owes you a backup plan. You realize that the bridge is burning behind you. This knowledge forces you to walk through the doors currently open in front of you before they vanish into the ether. By accepting the finiteness of opportunity, you cure your procrastination and replace it with a predatory focus on the present moment. 32. The Sniper's Logic. Why hesitation is fatal in the chaotic battlefield of life. Opportunity is not a stationary target. It is a fleeting glimmer that appears suddenly and disappears just as quickly. Most people operate with the sluggish mindset of a gatherer, wandering through life, hoping to stumble upon good fortune. However, the elite operate with the mindset of a sniper. They understand that opportunity is fleeting and does not wait for you to feel confident, prepared, or comfortable. The harsh truth is that life doesn't pause while you hesitate or overthink your next move. That job offer, that investment window, or that chance connection is a moving target. And if you do not pull the trigger instantly, the window slams shut. Opportunities are like doors swinging open in a violent storm. If you don't step through immediately, they slam shut, often never to reopen. When they do close, regret creeps in, louder and more destructive than the fear you were trying to avoid. The vast majority of people miss these moments, not because they lack potential or intelligence, but because they are addicted to hesitation. They are waiting for a sign, for permission, or for a guarantee of safety that does not exist. But time is ruthless, and while you are paralyzed by analysis, someone else, someone hungrier and faster, is moving in to take what could have been yours. Furthermore, opportunities rarely announce themselves with fanfare. They often disguise themselves as hard work, uncomfortable decisions, or terrifying risks. This camouflage causes most people to let them slip by, failing to recognize the weight of the moment until it is already part of the past. The people who rise in life are not always the smartest. They are the ones who recognize the fleeting nature of the game and act decisively. They know that hesitation is the silent killer of progress. To survive and thrive, you must train your decision-making speed, refusing to let fear chain you to inaction. If you wait too long, the opportunity becomes nothing more than a ghost of a memory. 33. The Transactional Reality. killing unconditional love society feeds us a steady diet of romanticized nonsense about unconditional acceptance. But the cold, hard architecture of human interaction is built on one thing: value exchange. People value you for what you can provide. This truth feels icy and cynical, but it is the fundamental explanation for why admiration, attention, and respect often vanish the moment you stop giving. At the core, relationships, whether personal, professional, or social, are transactional. People do not love you for your abstract potential or your good intentions. They love you for the tangible value you bring into their world. Whether that currency is money, knowledge, emotional support, entertainment, or security. The brutal reality is that the world is transactional, even when it disguises itself as emotional. You see this mechanism in action constantly. Friends drift away when you are no longer fun or useful. Employers replace you the nanosecond your output slows. Partners leave when the security or affection you provided evaporates. You are constantly being measured, not by who you are inside, but by what you contribute to the survival or happiness of others. While this may feel dehumanizing, accepting it is actually a profound form of clarity. It teaches you to stop expecting unconditional appreciation in a world built entirely on conditions. Once you strip away the illusion of unconditional love, which arguably only exists from parents to children, you can start playing the game of power correctly. If people value you for what you provide, then you have the agency to shape your worth by sharpening your skills and becoming irreplaceable. You can create leverage by offering something so rare that others cannot afford to ignore you. The more value you stack, the more leverage you hold, and the less disposable you become. This truth forces you to see through the fake smiles of those who claim to love you unconditionally, revealing who they really are when you have nothing left to give. Stop living to be liked and start living to be useful. 34. The halo effect. Weaponizing your appearance. There is a cognitive bias known as the halo effect, where one positive trait, like attractiveness or grooming, causes people to subconsciously attribute other positive traits, like intelligence or trustworthiness, to a person. Conversely, the horn effect does the opposite. This is why looks and first impressions matter, not because of vanity, but because human beings are wired to judge instantly. Before you even open your mouth to speak, people have already formed a calcified opinion of your intelligence, your status, and your value. This behavior is deeply rooted in our ancestral survival instincts, where we had milliseconds to decide if a stranger was a threat or an ally. That ancient programming still rules the modern boardroom and the dating market. The brutal truth is that your competence can be completely ignored if it is wrapped in carelessness. A brilliant mind hidden behind a sloppy presentation will be dismissed before it ever gets the chance to prove itself. We are taught the moral platitude, don't judge a book by its cover, yet every single day, everyone does exactly that. We choose leaders, partners, and employees based on the vibe and visual data we collect in fleeting moments. First impressions set the tone, and once formed, they are incredibly difficult to erase. This does not mean that beauty equals worth, but it does mean that effort equals respect. Grooming, posture, eye contact, and sartorial choices are not superficial details. They are signals that you respect yourself, and people instinctively mirror that respect back to you. A strong first impression acts as a battering ram that opens doors that pure talent might never reach, while a weak one locks you out before you even knock. You can fight this truth and cling to the idealism that it's what's inside that counts, or you can accept reality and use it as leverage. Your appearance is a weapon. Sharpen it, or be cut by those who do. 35. The knowledge paradox. Why studying keeps you poor. We live in the age of information obesity, where people gorge themselves on podcasts, books, and tutorials, yet starve for results. This brings us to a truth that slices through the illusion of the eternal student. Most advice is useless unless applied. You can memorize every business strategy, Master every psychological theory and collect wisdom from every guru on the planet, but you will still remain stuck in the exact same place. Why? Because advice is nothing more than data. It is dead words until you drag it into reality with the violence of action. People chase inspiration like a drug, consuming endless lessons and mistaking the dopamine hit of learning for actual growth. This is the collector's fallacy. The belief that knowing is half the battle. It isn't. The gap between knowing and doing is the graveyard where most dreams die. This truth is painful because it exposes why so many intelligent, educated people remain failures, while dumber people with higher action thresholds surge ahead. Advice doesn't transform you, execution does. Hearing about discipline gives you zero discipline. Reading about wealth deposits $0 in your account. The sting lies in recognizing that wisdom wasted is actually worse than ignorance. When you know what to do but refuse to do it, you are engaging in active self-betrayal. You cannot claim innocence. You simply lack the guts to act. The brutal beauty of this truth is that it forces you to stop chasing the perfect plan or the secret knowledge. Imperfect action beats perfect advice every single time. You must go on a low-information diet and a high-execution regimen. Stop studying the map and start walking the terrain. Knowledge without execution is not power. It is merely trivia. 36. The leverage of suffering. Purchasing your future freedom, there is a cold, economic calculus that governs the trajectory of your life. The principle of delayed gratification. This is the understanding that sacrifices made today are the only currency that can purchase options for tomorrow. In psychology, this is famously illustrated by the marshmallow test, where the ability to delay immediate pleasure is the single highest predictor of long-term success. However, in the dark reality of adult life, this is not about candy. It is about freedom. Every choice you make in the present is a binary vote that either expands or restricts your future agency. The hours you spend studying deep skills instead of doom scrolling, the capital you save instead of squandering on status signals, and the physical pain you endure in the gym instead of rotting on the couch. These are not virtuous acts. They are not virtuous acts. They are strategic payments. Sacrifice feels like pain in the moment because it demands that you override your primal brain, which screams for immediate dopamine and comfort. It requires you to walk away from the pleasures that the masses are indulging in right now. But beneath that pain lies the seed of leverage. The brutal truth is that those who refuse to sacrifice today voluntarily will be forced to sacrifice tomorrow involuntarily. The person who avoids the discipline of dietary control will later sacrifice their mobility and vitality to disease. The one who avoids financial discipline will sacrifice their dignity to debt and servitude. You cannot escape the invoice. You can only decide when you pay it. Sacrifice today builds optionality. It buys you the ability to say no in a world where most people are forced to say yes. The disciplined individual suffers a controlled amount now, so they can choose later. Choose where to live. Choose where to live. Work with and choose when to walk away from a toxic environment. Those who run from sacrifice end up cornered, their lives dictated by urgency, desperation, and the whims of others. The difference between a king and a serf is often the willingness to endure short-term pain for long-term gain. Sacrifice is not a loss. It is a down payment on a future where you are the master of your circumstances, rather than a victim of them. 37. The chains of debt. Why money is the only real freedom. Society often demonizes the pursuit of wealth, labeling it as greed. But this is a narrative designed to keep you docile. Money is not evil. Money is concentrated freedom. Money is concentrated freedom. If managed with cold, military precision, money buys you the rarest commodity in existence. Autonomy. With sufficient resources, you possess the power to choose your environment, your battles, and your timeline. Without it, you are chained to obligations you despise, forced into labor you hate, and trapped in a permanent state of survival mode, where higher aspirations rot before they can ever breathe. Money itself is neutral energy. The brutal truth is that wealth can be a cage or a key, depending entirely on your psychological relationship with it. When misused, money enslaves you through the mechanism of lifestyle creep. You buy the bigger house, the luxury car, and the designer clothes to signal status to people who do not care about you. These are not assets. They are liabilities that quietly become shackles. Debt mounts, stress spikes, and suddenly the very tool meant to liberate you now owns you. Many high earners remain poor in spirit because every dollar is pre-spent on maintaining an image, leaving them locked in a cycle of fear and desperation, terrified of losing their job because they are 3 paychecks away from ruin. However, when managed with discipline, money buys independence. It creates a fortress of solitude that protects you from the chaos of the world. It gives you the FU money required to walk away from abusive bosses, to protect your family from systemic failures, and to pursue mastery without the threat of starvation. It transforms from mere paper currency into time, options, and peace of mind. The brutal beauty of this truth is that you must stop viewing money as a means for consumption and start viewing it as a tool for liberation. Used recklessly, it chains you to the system. Used wisely, it is the only thing that can cut the chains. 38. The Polarization Strategy. Why you need enemies. There is a pervasive social desire to be liked, a remnant of our tribal evolution, where exile meant death. This instinct drives people to dilute their personalities, silence their true opinions, and shape-shift into whatever form maximizes social approval. However, the dark truth of social dynamics is that universal likability is a fantasy, and chasing it is a recipe for invisibility. Not everyone will like you. And more importantly, you should not want everyone to like you. If you are universally liked, it usually means you stand for nothing. No matter how kind, generous, or diplomatic you are, you will attract dislike. People carry their own projected shadows, insecurities, and biases that have absolutely nothing to do with you, yet they will plaster them onto you like a billboard. They will hate you because you remind them of their own wasted potential, or because your confidence triggers their insecurity. The mistake most people make is wasting their finite life force trying to win over these detractors. They water themselves down to be palatable to the masses, becoming vanilla, inoffensive, but utterly forgettable. The liberating power of this truth is found in the concept of polarization. When you accept that disapproval is inevitable, you stop chasing ghosts and start broadcasting on your own frequency. You stop apologizing for your existence. By being unapologetically yourself, you act as a filter. You repel the people who do not resonate with you, and you attract the people who do with magnetic force. The ones who dislike you were never your allies to begin with. Why sacrifice your authenticity for an outcome that was impossible from the start? In the game of influence, indifference is the enemy, not hatred. It is better to be deeply loved by a few and intensely disliked by many than to be mildly tolerated by everyone. 39. The Action Gap. Why intelligence can be a trap. There is a specific type of failure reserved for the intelligent. The trap of intellectualization. You can be a walking encyclopedia of strategy, having memorized every mental model and self-help book in existence, and still be a complete failure in the real world. This is because knowledge without execution is worthless. It is potential energy that never becomes kinetic. The world does not reward what you know. It rewards what you do. A head full of untested wisdom is functionally identical to an empty one when it comes to tangible results. This truth cuts deep because it exposes the action gap, the chasm where most dreams go to die. Many people use learning as a defense mechanism against the fear of failure. They tell themselves they are preparing or researching, but in reality, they are procrastinating. They are addicted to the feeling of competence that comes from consuming information without ever risking the incompetence of practicing it. Knowing how to build a business does not make you an entrepreneur. Understanding the mechanics of hypertrophy does not build muscle. Only the violence of action bridges the gap between theory and reality. The sting of this truth is realizing that your intelligence might be your biggest bottleneck. It fools you into believing you are progressing simply because your understanding is deepening. You feel busy and productive, but your reality remains static. You can drown in information and still starve for results. The harsh beauty of this truth is that once you accept it, you stop glorifying knowledge for its own sake and start using it as a weapon. You realize that an imperfect plan executed violently today is infinitely better than a perfect plan executed next week. You must stop being a collector of information and become an executor of it. Until you act, your knowledge is nothing but a rumor. 40. The boiling frog. How comfort euthanizes your soul. The human nervous system is designed to seek homeostasis, a state of balance, safety, and low energy expenditure. In the modern world, this biological drive manifests as the comfort zone. While it feels like safety, it is actually a slow-motion death sentence for your potential. Your comfort zone will kill you because it lulls you into a trance of stagnation. It is the warm bath that feels so good, you don't realize the water is cooling until you freeze. It whispers lies that you are safe, that you have done enough, and that there is no need to push further. Beneath that softness lies the erosion of everything you could have been. The brutal truth is that nothing extraordinary has ever been created within the confines of comfort. Growth is a biological response to stress. Muscles only grow when torn, and minds only expand when challenged. The comfort zone convinces you to settle, but settling is simply trading your greatness for familiarity. Most people live their entire lives imprisoned in routines that keep them safe but unfulfilled, mistaking the absence of pain for the presence of happiness. They never realize they have chosen slow suffocation over true living. The comfort zone does not just keep you from winning. It blinds you to the fact that you are even losing. It acts as a sensory deprivation tank for your ambition. Your potential only awakens when you step into the arena of fear, risk, and pressure. That is where the breakthroughs live, where hidden reserves of strength surface and the impossible becomes possible. But the longer you stay in the womb of comfort, the harder it becomes to leave, until one day you look back and realize you never truly lived. You just existed. Comfort is not protection. It is a coffin. To unlock your potential, you must break free, even if it terrifies you, because the life you want does not exist in the safe harbor. It exists out in the storm. 41. The Puppet Master Fallacy. Why controlling others destroys you. There is a profound cognitive error that causes more interpersonal misery than perhaps any other. The illusion of control. Most people waste decades of their finite lives trying to bend the will of others to their own, begging for change, demanding respect, or manipulating behavior to fit a script that exists only in their heads. They operate under the puppet master fallacy, the mistaken belief that if they just argue logically enough, cry loudly enough, or threaten severely enough, they can override the agency of another human being. But people are wild, chaotic variables shaped by their own complex traumas, desires, and neurochemistry. No amount of emotional coercion can fundamentally alter someone who does not wish to be altered. The brutal truth of psychological sovereignty is that the only leash you will ever hold is the one tied to your own neck. When you cling to the desire to control others, you are essentially drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. You replay arguments in the shower, obsess over betrayals at 3:00 a.m., and construct elaborate expectations that are destined to collapse into disappointment. This is an immense leakage of vital energy. Every ounce of mental bandwidth you spend trying to dictate the actions of a partner, a child, or a colleague is energy stolen from your own self-mastery. While you are busy drowning in resentment over their choices, your own life is passing you by, unlived and unimproved. The shift into true power happens when you embrace the dichotomy of control, a core tenet of Stoic philosophy that dark psychology utilizes for emotional shielding. You realize that you cannot stop a betrayal, but you can control how you rebuild your fortress after it. You cannot dictate whether someone loves you, but you can dictate the standards of entry into your life. You cannot silence your critics, but you can choose to continue building your empire while they shout. This truth is brutal because it strips away the victim narrative that blames others for your lack of peace. However, it is the ultimate liberation. Once you stop trying to steer the storm of other people, you regain the ability to steer your own ship. The world becomes less about forcing obedience from others and more about cultivating resilience within yourself. That is the only dominion that matters. 42. The theater of power. Why truth is secondary to perception. We are raised on the idealistic notion that the truth always wins, and that reality is the only thing that matters. However, in the brutal economy of influence and status, this is a dangerous lie. People do not respond to objective reality. They respond to their perception of reality. You can be the most talented, hardworking, and genuine individual in the room. Yet, if the collective perception labels you as careless, lazy, or duplicitous, that perception becomes the iron cage of your existence. Truth is slow, complex, and often boring. Perception is fast, emotional, and sticky. In the gap between who you are and who people think you are, careers are destroyed and wars are started. This reality feels deeply unfair because we want our inner virtue to speak for itself. But human beings are cognitive misers. They rarely dig deep enough to see the core of a person. They rely on heuristics, surface-level shortcuts, emotional vibes, and snap judgments. These shallow perceptions shape your opportunities far more than your hidden depths ever will. Politicians win elections not because they are the most honest, but because they appear the most trustworthy. Leaders rise not merely due to competence, but because they project the aura of certainty. Even in your personal life, how a partner perceives your intent often overrides what your intent actually was. If you ignore the optics, you lose the game. Understanding this does not require you to become a liar. It requires you to become a strategist. You must curate the signals you broadcast with the same rigor you apply to your work. You cannot control every whisper, but you can control the consistency of your character, the precision of your language, and the energy you bring into a room. Perception is fragile, yet it wields the weight of a sledgehammer. If you ignore it, you will be dismissed despite your truth. If you master it, you can open doors long before anyone bothers to verify your credentials. In a world where people judge the book by the cover, you must ensure your cover compels them to read the pages. Perception is the weapon that shapes your fate. Do not leave it in the hands of others. 43. The Happiness Factory. Why joy is a discipline, not a gift. There is a pervasive, infantile belief that happiness is a weather event, something that just happens to you when the conditions are right. People drift through life with a passive wait-and-see attitude, expecting joy to land in their lap when they finally get the promotion, the perfect partner, or the lottery win. But the dark truth of human psychology is that happiness is not delivered. It is manufactured. It is an engineered state that demands rigorous discipline, uncomfortable sacrifice, and the conscious refusal to indulge in negativity. It does not bloom naturally in the wild. It must be cultivated in a fortress protected by boundaries. This truth is brutal because it destroys the fantasy of the happily ever after. People want peace without the awkwardness of setting boundaries. They want fulfillment without the pain of discipline. They want joy without the burden of discipline. Responsibility. But the reality is that happiness is the byproduct of effort. It is the result of mastering your neurochemistry through exercise, curating your environment, by cutting toxic ties and pursuing growth even when your bed feels warmer than the gym. Happiness does not exist in the absence of problems. It exists in the pride of solving them. If you are waiting for your life to be problem-free before you allow yourself to be happy, you will wait until you are in the grave. The sting of this truth lies in the mirror it forces you to look into. If you are chronically unhappy, it is not solely the fault of a cruel universe. It is also the invoice for the choices you have refused to make. It is the cost of numbing yourself with cheap dopamine, clinging to victimhood, and blaming external circumstances for your internal void. Yet the beauty of this harshness is that it returns the power to your hands. If happiness requires effort, then it is not out of reach. It is simply a matter of work. Every small act of self-respect, every moment you choose growth over comfort, is a brick laid in the foundation of a happy life. It won't come easy, but the struggle is the very thing that gives the happiness its value. 44. The Narcotic of Victimhood. How self-pity euthanizes your will. Self-pity is the most dangerous narcotic available to the human psyche. It acts as a spiritual opioid, eating away at your will to fight while convincing you that you are justified in your surrender. It disguises itself as self-compassion, whispering seductively that you have been wronged, that the world is uniquely unfair to you, and that your suffering makes you special. For a moment it feels soothing, like wrapping yourself in a warm blanket of excuses, but beneath that warmth, self-pity is a necrotizing agent. It kills your drive, rots your resilience, and blinds you to the exit doors in your own prison. The brutal truth is that self-pity does not heal you. It paralyzes you. It convinces you to replay the tape of your trauma instead of repairing the damage. It encourages you to broadcast your struggles to anyone who will listen, hoping for sympathy, rather than conquering them in silence. It turns temporary obstacles into permanent identity markers, leaving you stuck in the mud while the rest of the world marches forward. Self-pity creates a victim identity, where you begin to cherish your wounds because they are the only things that give you a sense of significance. This is a trap that leads to a life of absolute stagnation. Socially, self-pity is a repellent. While people may offer polite nods and superficial comfort, high-value individuals recoil from the stench of victimhood. They know that someone drowning in self-pity will eventually try to pull them under as a life raft. The world does not stop for your sorrow, and it does not reward those who wallow. While you sit in the corner licking your wounds, others are out there bleeding and building. The harsh reality is that pain is inevitable in life, but pity is entirely optional. The longer you indulge in it, the weaker you become, until your potential atrophies completely. You must recognize self-pity not as a comfort, but as a poison that cares only about keeping you small. Spit it out. 45. The enemy within. Surviving the civil war in your head. The greatest saboteur you will ever face is not a rival, a critic, or a system. It is the 3 pounds of gray matter inside your own skull. Your mind can be your biggest enemy because it has the limitless power to construct prisons out of nothing but thoughts. It whispers insecurities in the dead of night, magnifies minor failures into career-ending catastrophes, and replays your most shameful memories on an endless loop. It convinces you that you are a fraud, that the risks are fatal, and that the future is hopeless before you have even taken a single step. Because this voice sounds exactly like you, you make the fatal mistake of believing it is telling the truth. This is the cruelty of the human condition. Your brain is designed for survival, not for success or happiness. It is a threat detection machine that generates fear to keep you safe in a cave, not to help you thrive in a boardroom. Left unchecked, the mind sabotages everything. It invents excuses to keep you in the comfort zone, exaggerates fear to prevent you from growing, and twists reality to fit a narrative of inadequacy. It can trap you in the paralysis of analysis, forcing you to overthink until the opportunity rots. If you do not learn to govern your own mind, it will govern you with the tyranny of a dictator. The terrifying beauty of this truth is that the same mind that imprisons you possesses the key to your release. The thoughts that poison you can be intercepted, interrogated, and replaced. You must treat your mind not as a master, but as a tool. A weapon that can destroy you if mishandled or conquer the world if wielded with precision. Psychological mastery begins with the realization that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. When you realize that the inner critic is just a biological mechanism malfunctioning, you stop being a victim of your own neurology. The real war is not out there in the world. It is the civil war in your head. Win that, and nothing outside can defeat you. 46. The Blindness of Spite. How envy lobotomizes your intelligence. Envy is not merely a sin of the heart. It is a cognitive malfunction that actively lowers your intelligence. When you allow envy to take root in your psyche, it poisons your vision, transforming another person's success into a personal insult rather than an objective data point. This emotion operates as a blinder, shutting down the curiosity centers of the brain. Instead of analyzing the mechanics of someone else's victory, the strategy, the sacrifice, and the timing, you become obsessed with the injustice of it. You whisper to yourself, "Why them?" instead of asking the only question that matters, how did they do it? In that moment of resentment, you trade valuable market intelligence for emotional bitterness, effectively choosing to remain ignorant to protect your fragile ego. The psychological danger of envy is that it disguises itself as a quest for fairness. It seduces you into believing that life has cheated you, that the system is rigged, or that others succeeded solely due to luck or privilege. While these factors may play a role, focusing on them is a strategic error. Envy convinces you that their success has somehow stolen your own potential, adhering to a zero-sum worldview where resources are scarce and another's light dims your own. This is a lie. The brutal truth is that their achievement takes nothing away from you. Rather, it shines a harsh, blinding light on what is possible if you were willing to pay the price they paid. Envy distorts this light, making it painful to look at, so you look away, missing the lesson entirely. By locking yourself in a state of comparison, you engage in a game you are mathematically destined to lose. You measure your chaotic internal reality against their curated external highlight reel. This prevents you from dissecting their methods. While you waste emotional bandwidth resenting their progress, you miss the opportunity to steal their blueprint. High-performing individuals utilize a dark psychological technique called sublimation, where they transmute the energy of envy into the fuel of study. They strip away the emotion and look at the rival as a case study. The moment you replace envy with clinical curiosity, the world transforms. Every rival becomes an unwitting mentor, and every instance of their success becomes proof of concept for your own. You must stop hating the player and start studying the game, because envy is a thief that robs you twice. First of your peace, and second of your education. 47. The Solitude of Sovereignty. Why excellence requires isolation. There is a romanticized notion that success brings people together. But the darker reality is that the ascent to greatness is a process of systematic isolation. Mediocrity is crowded because it is the path of least resistance. It is packed with people validating each other's excuses, settling for good enough, and clinging to the herd for safety. It feels warm and familiar because humans are social animals wired to fit in. However, the higher you climb the mountain of competence, the thinner the air becomes, and the fewer people you will find standing beside you. Excellence demands a level of sacrifice, discipline, and obsession that the majority of the population finds repulsive or terrifying. This truth causes profound psychological distress because loneliness is the admission price for rising above the average. When you commit to excellence, you inevitably outgrow your environment. You outgrow the conversations that revolve around complaints, the habits that revolve around escapism, and the friendships that revolve around mutual stagnation. The crowd does not cheer when you defect from their ranks. They try to pull you back down, a phenomenon known as tall poppy syndrome. They resent your ambition because it acts as a mirror, exposing their own lack of drive and highlighting the highlighting. Mediocrity they have accepted. Excellence feels isolating because it is a space inhabited only by the obsessed, the relentless, and the unbreakable. The sting of this solitude is real, but it serves a functional purpose. In the silence of separation, you discover clarity that is impossible to find in the noise of the crowd. It is in this isolation that you build the shadow self, the part of you that can operate without validation, without applause, and without support. Mediocrity offers you company today at the cost of obscurity tomorrow. Excellence offers you loneliness today in exchange for a legacy that endures. You must make peace with the fact that if you are never lonely, you are likely not growing. The path of the sovereign individual is a solo journey, and the only company you can rely on is your own resolve. 48. The Attrition War. Why you are statistically likely to quit. The statistical probability of failure is heavily skewed not by lack of talent, but by a lack of endurance. Most people quit too early because they possess a fundamental misunderstanding of the timeline of success. They are sold a highlight reel of overnight success, so when they enter the arena, they expect linear progress. At the beginning, they are fueled by dopamine and novelty. Motivation is high, and the vision is clear. However, they inevitably hit the dip, a period where effort is high, but results are invisible. Reality strikes with setbacks, silence, and the crushing weight of monotony. This is the filter. This is where the mind whispers that it wasn't meant to be, and most people listen. The brutal truth is that success often hides just millimeters beyond the point where your psychological defenses collapse. This is a test of attrition. The human mind is designed to conserve energy. It wants to escape discomfort long before true physiological or structural limits are reached. Winners are rare not because they are genetically superior, but because they have conditioned themselves to override this quit reflex. They understand that the silence of the universe is not a rejection. It is a test of resolve. They keep moving when it is painful, when it is lonely, and when every logical indicator suggests they should stop. Quitting provides an immediate release of tension, a flood of relief that feels like safety. But this relief is a narcotic that leaves a hangover of lifelong regret. The projects abandoned and the promises broken to yourself do not vanish. They haunt the subconscious, forming an identity of unreliability. Every time you quit, you are neurologically reinforcing the habit of surrender, training yourself to fold faster the next time pressure is applied. The few who push past the breaking point discover a secret of dark psychology. Perseverance is the great equalizer. It is the difference between a wasted life of almost and a life that leaves a scar on history. Success does not announce itself. It demands you bleed for it first to prove you are worthy of holding it. 49. The data of defeat. Why success makes you stupid. In the realm of performance psychology, success is often a more dangerous teacher than failure. Success feels euphoric, but it acts as a sedative. It lulls you into a state of complacency and convinces you that you have solved the game. It validates your ego and reinforces your biases, leading you to believe that your winning streak is due to your brilliance rather than timing, luck, or a weak opponent. Failure, by contrast, teaches with the ruthless efficiency of a hot stove. It rips away your illusions in a nanosecond. It exposes the flaws in your strategy, the weaknesses in your character, and the arrogance in your assumptions. Nothing burns a lesson into the neural pathways of the brain like the searing sting of public humiliation or total collapse. The brutal truth is that failure humbles you, and humility is a prerequisite for learning. It forces you to confront reality without the cushion of pride. stripping you down to the raw mechanics of cause and effect. While success feeds the ego, failure starves it, leaving behind only the hunger to survive and the desperate need to adapt. It is in this wreckage, where excuses die and accountability is the only thing left, that true evolution occurs. Most people fear failure because they view it as a judgment on their soul rather than data for their system. They interpret "I failed" as "I am a failure." This identity fusion is catastrophic. In reality, failure is acceleration. Each mistake slams a door shut, narrowing your focus to the path that actually works. Each loss is a lecture you paid for with pain. Success is slow to teach because it confirms what you already know. Failure is fast because it introduces you to what you ignore. The difference between the elite and the forgotten is not that the elite never fail. It is that they treat failure as a tombstone, while the elite treat it as a stepping stone. You must learn to love the sting of the fall, for it is the only thing telling you the truth. 50. The Popularity Trap. The difference between applause and power. There is a critical distinction in the hierarchy of social dominance that most people conflate. Popularity is not respect. Popularity is a shallow, fleeting metric based on visibility, charm, and the ability to entertain the masses. It is a currency of attention that can be inflated or devalued in an instant. Respect, however, is a heavy, durable currency earned through integrity, strength, and consistency. You can be surrounded by applause and admiration one day, only to be discarded the next when the crowd finds a shinier object to fawn over. Popularity is fragile because it feeds on the whims of the audience. Respect roots itself in the undeniable reality of your character. The brutal truth is that many people waste their lives chasing popularity as a proxy for self-worth. They become shapeshifters, bending their identity, silencing their convictions, and performing like court jesters to maintain the approval of the mob. But deep down, the crowd knows the difference between a performer and a king. They may like the mask, but they do not respect the person wearing it because they sense the lack of backbone. Respect cannot be faked, and it cannot be bought with charisma. It is built when you stand firm in your principles, even when it costs you social capital. History is filled with figures who were adored publicly but forgotten quickly, while those who were feared or grudgingly respected for their competence built legacies that endured. Respect is not about how many people cheer for you when you enter the room. It is about how deeply people trust you and fear crossing you, even in your absence. This truth stings because it forces a choice. Do you want the dopamine hit of being liked or the power of being valued? Popularity makes noise, but respect makes impact. One fades with the trend cycle, the other grows stronger with time. Stop trying to be the favorite and start striving to be the formidable. 51. The Tall Poppy Syndrome. Why success paints a bullseye on your back there is a naive fantasy held by those at the bottom of the hierarchy. They believe that reaching the summit of success will usher in an era of universal admiration, love, an era of universal admiration, support. This is a dangerous delusion. The dark reality of social dynamics is governed by a phenomenon known in sociology as tall poppy syndrome, the tendency of the collective to try and cut down those who rise above the average. Success makes you a target. The moment you separate yourself from the herd, you do not just attract attention, you attract artillery. Eyes turn toward you, not always with awe, but frequently with a primal, seething envy. This hostility arises because your success acts as a high-fidelity mirror. When you rise, you force those who stayed behind to confront their own stagnation. They see your discipline, and it highlights their laziness. They see your courage, and it exposes their cowardice. Instead of using your ascent as inspiration, the fragile ego perceives it as a personal insult. To protect their self-image, they must tear you down. This envy rarely announces itself honestly. It disguises itself as constructive criticism, moral outrage, gossip, or subtle sabotage. The higher you climb, the more arrows you attract because people rarely waste energy attacking those beneath them. They aim exclusively for those above. The psychological sting of this truth is the realization that success does not insulate you from judgment. It amplifies it. Your mistakes will be examined under a microscope. Your wins will be attributed to luck or privilege, and your motives will be incessantly questioned. People will invent elaborate narratives to discredit what you have built, simply because facing the reality of your merit forces them to face the reality of their own lack of it. However, in the realm of dark psychology, this hatred is not a negative signal. It is a metric of efficacy. If no one resents you, if no one is trying to check your progress, you probably haven't achieved anything of significance. The hate you attract is the tax you pay for leaving the median. It is the definitive proof that you have risen far enough to be seen, and standing apart is the very essence of power. 52. The Narcissism of Anxiety. The freedom of being ignored. We suffer from a cognitive distortion known as the spotlight effect, where we walk through life believing we are the main character in a movie that everyone else is watching. We obsess over a stuttered word, a stain on a shirt, or a failed project, imagining that the world is analyzing our every flaw. But the brutal, liberating truth is that nobody thinks about you as much as you think. The human brain is an egocentric machine. Most people are too consumed by the chaos of their own debts, insecurities, and existential dread to allocate any bandwidth to your missteps. You replay your embarrassing moments in 4K resolution, but to the rest of the world, those moments barely registered as background noise. People are biologically wired to focus on their own survival and social standing. They do not carry your flaws in their long-term memory, because their mental hard drive is full of their own problems. This realization is a double-edged sword. It is crushing because it strips away your sense of self-importance, reminding you that you are not the center of the universe. But it is profoundly freeing because it shatters the prison of self-consciousness. All of that hesitation, all that paralyzing anxiety about what they will think, is wasted energy spent guarding against a threat that does not exist. The harsh reality is that your fear of judgment is often the primary bottleneck restricting your growth. You play small, bite your tongue, and avoid risks because you hallucinate an audience of critics waiting for you to fail. But when you internalize how little space you occupy in the minds of others, the chains fall off. You stop living for the approval of a distracted crowd and start living for your own objectives. You become free to stumble, fall, and rise again without the crushing weight of imaginary eyes. You can take massive, jagged risks because you know the secret. Even if you crash and burn, the world will blink once and move on. The spotlight was only ever in your head. 53. The Entropy of Connection. Why loss is the only guarantee. One of the darkest truths of the human experience is the inevitability of loss. We construct our lives around the pillars of relationships, believing that love and connection are static fortresses that will protect us from the void. But the brutal reality is that you will lose people you love. Nothing in this dimension is permanent. The relentless march of entropy ensures that death will claim some, geographical distance will claim others, and the slow erosion of time will sever bonds you once thought were unbreakable. Love feels eternal when you are immersed in it, but biology and circumstance have no mercy for your feelings. A phone call at 3:00 a.m. can split your reality into before and after, or a silence can stretch so long that a soulmate becomes a stranger. This loss leaves psychological wounds that do not heal linearly. Birthdays become minefields, and empty chairs at a dinner table scream louder than any conversation. Grief does not vanish. It integrates into your psyche, becoming a permanent weight you learn to carry. However, buried inside this morbid reality is a sharp, clarifying power. The knowledge that loss is guaranteed creates a scarcity value for the present moment. Understanding that you will lose people should not drive you to nihilism. It should ignite a desperate urgency to cherish them now. It forces you to say the words you are withholding, to forgive the petty grievances, and to be fully present before the window closes. This truth acts as a solvent for the trivial. Careers, status, and material possessions crumble into dust when viewed from the graveside of a loved one. What remains is the impact of the connection. You will lose people. That is the price of admission for being human. The only variable under your control is whether you love them with sufficient intensity while the clock was still ticking. 54. The Monk Mode Protocol. Why isolation is the price of evolution. There is a profound misunderstanding about the nature of loneliness in the modern world. We are taught to view solitude as a pathology, a sign of social failure. But in the architecture of greatness, loneliness is part of growth. The path to becoming an apex version of yourself requires you to defect from the herd. When you decide to break generational curses, chase elite goals, or live by a code of higher standards, you inevitably separate yourself from the comfort of the average. Friends will not understand your obsession. Family will question your sanity. And the familiar warmth of belonging will dissolve into a cold silence. This isolation feels unbearable at first, but it is the crucible of transformation. You cannot evolve while clinging to the same feedback loops, conversations, and environments that kept you small. The late nights spent building an empire while others party, the sacrifices of pleasure for purpose, these create an invisible wall between you and the collective. That wall is not a punishment. It is a quarantine zone where you are protected from the infection of mediocrity. It is proof that you are moving into territory where the air is too thin for the masses. Most people flee from loneliness, filling every quiet moment with digital noise and distraction. But those who endure the silence discover clarity. In the absence of external validation, you are forced to confront your own demons and hear your own voice. The loneliness that feels like abandonment is actually the forge that tempers resilience, focus, and dangerous independence. The brutal truth is that if you are never lonely, you are likely not growing. You are merely blending in. The higher you climb, the fewer people you will find, but the solitude at the peak is the birthplace of the sovereign self. 55. The Infinite War. Accepting life as a zero-sum game, civilized society attempts to mask the primal nature of existence with layers of politeness and cooperative myths. We are told to be content, to avoid comparison, and that there is enough for everyone. But the underlying biological architecture of the world is hierarchical and competitive. Life is a competition whether you like it or not. Every single day, you are in a gladiatorial arena competing for limited resources. Jobs, money, high-value partners, attention, and recognition. Pretending that this competition does not exist does not exempt you from the game. It simply makes you a victim within it. Someone else wants the opportunity you are eyeing. Someone else is willing to wake up earlier, work harder, and sacrifice more to take your place if you hesitate. This truth cuts deep because it shatters the entitlement of the modern mind, which believes effort should be rewarded regardless of outcome. But the world is not a charity. It does not hand out prizes for participation. It rewards results, speed, and dominance. The winners rise, while the passive are left behind to rationalize their mediocrity. While many waste energy complaining about the unfairness of the system, the elite sharpen their blades to win within it. The sting of this reality is the realization that opting out is impossible. Even if you refuse to compete, you still lose by default. Choosing pacifism in a war zone does not protect you. It guarantees that someone else will conquer your territory. Life will not pause for you to catch up. However, the brutal beauty of competition is that it is the primary driver of evolution. Pressure creates diamonds. Without the threat of a rival, you would never tap into your deepest reserves of potential. You must embrace the conflict. Life is a competition. The sooner you accept the rules of engagement, the sooner you can stop being a spectator and start being a victor. 56. The chronological suicide. Procrastination, as self-sabotage procrastination, is frequently misdiagnosed as laziness or poor time management. But in the depths of behavioral psychology, it is revealed to be something far more sinister. Active self-destruction. Every moment you delay is a moment you steal from your own future, engaging in a form of temporal theft where you rob your future self to pay for your present comfort. It feels harmless in the moment. Just 5 more minutes, or I'll start when the conditions are perfect. But procrastination is not rest, and it is certainly not recovery. It is sabotage disguised as safety. It is a defense mechanism triggered by the amygdala to avoid the immediate pain of effort. But the price of this avoidance is the slow erosion of your potential. Every task you avoid does not disappear. It accumulates mass, piling weight onto your psychological back. Every dream you postpone slips further out of reach, creating a widening gap between your reality and your potential. The brutal truth is that procrastination is the choice of short-term relief over long-term fulfillment. A cognitive error known as hyperbolic discounting, where you undervalue the future to service the present. This is the quiet killer of brilliance. It is the reason people with immense talent, ambition, and vision die with their music still locked inside them. You convince yourself you are merely avoiding discomfort, but what you are actually manufacturing is regret. And regret has a half-life that lasts far longer than the temporary burn of effort ever would. Procrastination is seductive because it acts as a buffer against reality, whispering the lie that you have time. But time is a ruthless, non-negotiable currency. The days you waste do not return, and the opportunities you delay do not wait for your readiness. While you are stuck in the paralysis of hesitation, someone else is moving, building, and claiming the life that could have been yours. What makes this habit so lethal is its subtlety. It does not destroy you in a single cataclysmic event. It kills you slowly, robbing you of urgency day by day until you wake up years later to realize you have spent a lifetime standing still. The truth is simple and terrifying. Procrastination is self-betrayal. It is the act of turning your back on your future self, leaving them to suffer the consequences of the comfort you selfishly chose today. 57. The probability engine. Manufacturing your own luck. There is a pervasive superstition among the mediocre that success is a byproduct of luck, a cosmic lottery won by the fortunate few. This belief is a psychological coping mechanism designed to excuse lack of achievement. The reality is that luck favors those prepared, because what we perceive as luck is simply the mathematical intersection of readiness and opportunity. From the outside, it looks like chance, a sudden promotion, a viral breakthrough, or a door opening at the perfect moment. But the truth is, if you are unprepared when that moment arrives, the lucky break passes you by entirely, leaving you bitter and blaming fate. The world does not reward wishes. It rewards the hidden grind. Preparation is the invisible infrastructure of success. The hours spent studying while others sleep, the skills sharpened in solitude, and the discipline practiced when there is no audience. When opportunity appears, the unprepared call it luck, but the prepared recognize it as the payoff for their silent investment. The job offer goes to the candidate who spent years building expertise. The sudden opening is seized by the one who trained for it relentlessly. The brutal truth is that luck is rarely random, it is engineered. Life constantly throws opportunities at everyone, but most people are too distracted, too unready, or too afraid to catch them. This truth is harsh because it strips away the victimhood of bad luck. It exposes that missed chances are not the cruelty of fate, but the consequence of your own lack of preparation. The universe operates on a principle of surface area. You increase your surface area for luck by working, networking, and learning. The world does not wait for you to be ready. It moves on. However, if you are always sharpening your blade, always learning, and always grinding, you do not need to hope for luck. When fortune finally knocks, you won't need a miracle. You will simply be ready to answer. You must stop waiting for the lightning to strike and start building the lightning rod. 58. The Mirror of Inadequacy. Why your growth triggers hate. One of the most painful lessons in the psychology of success is understanding that your ascent will not be universally celebrated. In fact, excelling will make others insecure because your growth exposes the stagnation they have been desperately trying to ignore in themselves. The moment you rise, you inadvertently hold up a mirror to those still standing still. Not everyone has the ego strength to handle the reflection. Your discipline highlights their excuses, your courage reveals their fears, and your success makes their comfort look like failure. Instead of being inspired, many will quietly resent you, wishing you would shrink back down so they do not have to confront the painful reality of their own lack of effort. This truth hurts because we are conditioned to believe that excellence earns admiration. But in the dark reality of social dynamics, it often breeds envy. Friends may grow distant. Colleagues may downplay your wins with backhanded compliments. And even family may question your risky choices. They are not angry at you. They are angry at what your existence represents. Your progress is a living testament that they too could have pushed harder and sacrificed more, but chose not to. Rather than face that crushing truth, they project bitterness onto you. This is the tax of greatness. Excelling separates you not just from mediocrity, but from the comfort of being universally accepted. If you aim high, you must be prepared for the crabs in a bucket mentality, whispered criticism, subtle sabotage, and the cold distance of those who once claimed to support you. The brutal beauty of this truth is that it forces a decision. Will you dim your light to soothe the insecurities of others, or will you burn brighter and let them feel the heat? Those who are truly secure in themselves will cheer for you. The rest will shrink in your shadow. You must realize that their reaction is not your burden to carry. You are not responsible for the fragility of their egos. You are responsible only for the maximization of your potential. 59. The Predator's Playbook. How weakness invites exploitation. There is a naive assumption that if you are kind, giving, and open, the world will reciprocate with benevolence. This is a dangerous delusion. The truth is that people use you if you allow it. Human beings are biologically wired to pursue self-interest and conserve energy. If you present yourself as endlessly giving, forgiving, and available, someone will inevitably exploit that lack of boundaries. It may start subtly, with small favors that grow into demands, or it may be blatant, draining your resources while giving nothing in return. The harsh reality is that people will take exactly as much as you allow them to take. This truth is brutal, because it forces you to confront the fact that your suffering is often self-inflicted. It is not just caused by bad people, it is allowed by you. Every time you say yes when you mean no, every time you tolerate disrespect without consequence, you are teaching people how to treat you. You are not just a victim of their selfishness. You are a participant in your own exploitation. The sting of this truth lies in recognizing that much of your pain stems from your own compliance and fear of rejection. You want to be liked, so you let people take. You want peace, so you endure disrespect. But peace without boundaries is not peace. It is submission. However, there is immense power in this realization. If people can only use you when you allow it, then you hold the key to ending the cycle. Boundaries are not acts of cruelty. They are acts of survival. They are the walls that protect your energy and resources from scavengers. The moment you stop being easy to exploit, the users vanish because you no longer serve their agenda. Those who remain are the ones who value you for who you are, not for what they can extract from you. You must harden your heart against the guilt of saying no, understanding that your primary obligation is to protect your own well-being from the limitless hunger of others. 60. The Philosophy of Ownership. Why everything is your fault in the modern era. Victimhood has become a currency, but in the realm of high performance, it is a shackle. The most empowering yet painful truth you can embrace is that most problems are your fault. Whether you admit it or not, your choices, habits, and mindset create the vast majority of the outcomes you face. It is easy to blame the economy, your parents, or bad luck, but doing so strips you of the power to change anything. The brutal truth is that your life is the aggregate result of your own decisions, the risks you avoided, the discipline you skipped, and the red flags you ignored. Every action plants a seed, and your current problems are simply the harvest. This realization hurts because it shatters the illusion that you are a passive observer of your life. Blaming others feels good because it absolves you of responsibility, but it also locks you in a cage of helplessness, guaranteeing that your problems will repeat. Ownership, on the other hand, is the only path to liberation. When you accept that most problems are your fault, you simultaneously accept that the solutions are within your control. Of course, life will throw chaos at you. Tragedy, loss, and unfairness exist. But even then, your response is entirely on you. Do you collapse in self-pity, or do you adapt and rise? Most people stay stuck because they refuse to look in this mirror. They would rather cling to their excuses than face the shame of admitting, "I caused this." But the few who accept this brutal truth become unstoppable. By owning their problems, they own the power to fix them. This shift from "why is this happening to me?" to "what did I do to create this? And how do I fix it?" changes everything. It transforms you from a victim of circumstance into the architect of your destiny. You must adopt the mindset of extreme ownership, where you accept total responsibility for your existence, leaving no room for the weakness of blame. 61. The perfectionist paralysis. Fear wearing a tuxedo. Perfectionism is often worn as a badge of honor, a humble brag used in job interviews to signal high standards. However, in the brutal mechanics of productivity, perfectionism is procrastination in disguise. It is not a pursuit of excellence. It is a manifestation of fear, dressed up as productivity. When you tell yourself that you are waiting until the project is flawless, until the timing is impeccable, or until you have polished every minute detail, you are lying to yourself. Underneath that rationalization lies the paralyzing terror of failing, of being judged by peers, and of confronting the possibility that your best effort might not be enough. Perfectionism convinces you that you are being careful and strategic, but what you are really doing is avoiding the arena entirely. The psychological cost of this avoidance is immense. While you wait for the mythical state of perfect, reality moves on without you. The market evolves, competitors launch, and opportunities decay. The brutal truth is that perfection does not exist in the natural world. No business plan survives the market untouched, no art is ever truly finished, and no path unfolds without errors. By clinging to the shield of perfectionism, you lock yourself in a state of endless preparation, a purgatory where you feel busy but produce nothing. Meanwhile, others who are less talented but braver, those willing to be messy and loud, overtake you simply because they acted. History is not written by those who hesitated until their work was flawless. It is written by those who showed up, launched, and dared to be criticized. Perfectionism is seductive because it offers safety. As long as you are not ready yet, you cannot be rejected. But this safety is a cage that robs you of growth. Every masterpiece began as a rough draft. Every empire began as a chaotic startup. Progress thrives on iteration, not on immaculate conception. The harsh beauty of this truth is that once you expose perfectionism for what it really is, cowardice, you strip it of its power. You realize that ugly action taken today is infinitely more valuable than a perfect plan that never sees the light of day. The world rewards those who do, not those who endlessly prepare to do. 62. The tragedy of trade-offs. Why you must kill your options. There is a childish fantasy that persists well into adulthood, the belief that we can have it all. We are told to seek work-life balance, to be wealthy and present, to be famous and private. But the ruthless laws of time and physics dictate that you won't get everything you want. Life is defined by its limitations. Time, energy, and luck are finite resources, and they will not bend to accommodate every desire you hold. No matter how intensely you crave certain outcomes, some doors will remain locked, some people will walk away, and some dreams will die on the vine. This truth burns because it collides with the modern entitlement that suggests effort always guarantees reward. Life does not operate on desire. It operates on trade-offs. Every yes you speak is a no to 1,000 other possibilities. To choose a career in medicine is to kill the potential career in art. To choose safety is to kill the potential for adventure. The harshness of this reality is that some of your wants must die. This is not because you are undeserving, but because pursuing them would cost you more than you can afford to pay. Sacrifice is unavoidable. The fantasy of having it all crumbles under the weight of time's constraints. You cannot live every life or love every person. However, hidden within this brutality is the secret to focus. When you accept that you won't get everything, you stop chasing endlessly and start choosing wisely. You stop scattering your energy across a dozen shallow pursuits and start drilling deep into the few that matter. The pain of loss is transmuted into the power of precision. You realize that trying to keep all your options open is a form of failure because it prevents you from committing to any single path. You may not get everything, but you can fight for what matters most with a clarity that half-hearted dreamers never find. That fight, brutal as it is what gives your victories their meaning. 63. The chaos factor. Why strategy must be fluid. The illusion of control is the favorite drug of the intellectual. We love to map out our lives, calculate every risk, and craft perfect 5-year plans. But there is a military maxim that applies directly to your life. No plan survives reality unchanged. You can blueprint every step, but the moment your strategy collides with the chaotic friction of the real world, something will break. Unseen obstacles will emerge, timing will shift, trusted allies will disappoint you, and the world will refuse to follow your script. The illusion of control shatters the instant your plan meets the unpredictable nature of existence. This truth is brutal because it exposes the fragility of certainty. We want to believe that careful planning guarantees smooth execution, but reality is indifferent to your spreadsheets. Markets crash, competitors pivot, pandemics hit, and accidents happen. No matter how brilliant or detailed your plan, it will bend, twist, or crumble when exposed to forces beyond your control. The sting of this truth is that most people freeze when their plan collapses. They cling to the wreckage of what should have happened, wasting time trying to force a broken path instead of adapting to the new terrain. This rigidity is why so many fail, not because they didn't plan, but because they refuse to pivot. Yet, hidden in this chaos is power. If you accept that no plan survives unchanged, you stop worshiping certainty and start mastering adaptability. You build resilience into your strategy, understanding that flexibility is far more valuable than perfection. Success does not come from creating a flawless plan. It comes from the ability to survive the moment the plan breaks and rewrite it in real time. Reality will always test your agility. Those who try to force the world to fit their plan will break. Those who adapt to the world as it is will endure. 64. The phantom of risk. Why your brain exaggerates danger. The human brain is an ancient survival machine, not a success machine. It is wired to treat social embarrassment with the same severity as a tiger attack. This evolutionary mismatch leads to a distorted perception of reality. Most risks aren't as big as you think. Before you take a leap, whether it is starting a business, approaching a stranger, or quitting a job, your mind magnifies fear far beyond the actual danger. It floods you with worst-case scenarios, convincing you that one wrong move will result in total destruction. But in truth, most risks in the modern world are small detours, not deadly cliffs. The brutal truth is that the fear of risk is often more dangerous than the risk itself. Fear keeps you paralyzed, stuck in the safety of what if, never tasting the reality of what is. If you look back at your life, The chances you didn't take haunt you far more than the ones you did. How many moments did you let slip because you overestimated the danger? Asking for the raise, speaking your truth, taking the trip. These are not life-ending risks, but your fear made them feel catastrophic. Most of the time, failure resulting from these risks is temporary, recoverable, and deeply educational. The regret of never trying, however, lingers forever. What makes risk powerful is not the chance of loss, but the certainty of growth. Every leap you take sharpens your instincts. Every mistake teaches you a lesson you couldn't learn in a textbook. And every rejection thickens your skin. The more risks you take, the more you realize how survivable they really are. The truth is simple. Most risks are shadows, looming and frightening until you step into them and realize they have no substance. Once you learn that, you stop being ruled by the phantom of fear and start being guided by the logic of courage. 65. The ghost of regret. The high cost of playing it safe. There are two types of pain in life: the acute pain of discipline and failure, and the chronic, dull ache of regret. Of the two, regret hurts more than failure. Failure is a temporary event. It stings, it burns, and it humiliates, but it passes. Regret, however, is a shadow that follows you until your last breath. When you fail, you gain feedback. You learn what doesn't work, and you get the chance to rise again. Failure gives you material to work with, but regret gives you nothing but the haunting weight of what could have been. The brutal truth is that time does not rewind. The risks you didn't take, the words you swallowed, and the opportunities you let slip away carve holes in your psyche that no amount of later success can fill. Failure eventually fades into a story you tell about your resilience, but regret festers into questions that will never have answers. You can heal from falling flat on your face, but there is no cure for the torment of never having tried at all. People play it safe because they believe avoiding failure protects them, but they are merely stockpiling regret for their old age. They do not realize that the pain of embarrassment lasts a moment, but the pain of wondering, what if, lasts a lifetime. Failure is a bruise that heals. Regret is a scar that does not fade. This truth is brutal because it forces you to choose your pain. Do you want the sharp, short sting of failure or the endless, suffocating ache of regret? Those who understand dark psychology choose to act boldly, knowing that even if they fall, they will sleep soundly knowing they did not leave their potential on the table. It is better to be a failure who dared than a coward who wondered. 66. The Rejection Immunization. How to callous your psyche. In the sanitized narrative of success, rejection is often portrayed as a momentary stumbling block, a minor hiccup on the road to glory. However, the brutal reality of high performance is that rejection is not a bug in the system. It is the primary feature. You must face rejection countless times because it serves as the toll gate to anything worthwhile. Every empire worth building, every relationship worth pursuing, and every innovation worth launching demands that you stand before a tribunal of gatekeepers who will likely tell you no. This process is agonizing. It stings the ego, bruises your pride, and claws at the fragile foundations of your confidence. But you must understand that rejection is not an indicator of your worth. It is a market signal, indicating you are operating in a territory where resources are scarce and competition is fierce. The statistical reality is that rejection is constant, not rare. The author collects hundreds of dismissals before a publisher takes a risk. The entrepreneur endures endless meetings with investors who shrug off their life's work. The lover faces heartbreak repeatedly before finding a partner who stays. Each of these rejections feels intensely personal, triggering the same neural pathways as physical pain. However, in the framework of dark psychology, this pain is functional. It acts as a filtering system designed to weed out the faint-hearted and the uncommitted. The universe is essentially asking, how badly do you want this? And most people answer by quitting. Rejection acts as a mirror that forces adaptation. It creates a feedback loop that sharpens your skills and thickens your skin in ways that affirmation never could. Every door slammed in your face is data. Every dismissal is a lesson in calibration. The people who eventually ascend to the top are not the ones who avoided rejection. They are the ones who built an immunity to it. They absorbed the blows, survived the humiliation, and developed the callousness required to knock again. To claim greatness, you must be willing to hear no so many times that the word loses its emotional charge. When the rare yes finally arrives, you are not just lucky. You are prepared to wield it, because you have paid the price in blood and resilience. 67. The Law of Predation. Why vulnerability is a target. There is a grim biological truth that governs the interactions of all living species, including humans. Weakness invites exploitation. While society attempts to overlay this primal reality with civility and laws, the underlying architecture of the world remains predatory. The world is not filled with saints. It is populated by individuals consciously or unconsciously scanning for advantage. When you display weakness, whether it is emotional volatility, a lack of boundaries, financial desperation, or visible insecurity, you are broadcasting a signal into the ether. You are telling the predators in your environment that you are easy to manipulate, easy to control, and safe to harvest for resources. Predators, narcissists, and Machiavellian types do not waste their energy attacking the strong. They operate on an efficiency model, circling the vulnerable, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike where resistance will be minimal. This truth is brutal because it forces you to confront the darker side of human nature, where cruelty thrives on opportunity. Bullies target the timid, manipulators prey on those with high agreeableness, abusers test limits to see how much you will tolerate. If you do not offer resistance, they push further, expanding their territory into your psyche. The world does not reward kindness when it is decoupled from strength. It exploits it. Compassion without the capacity for violence or defense becomes an invitation to be drained. The sting of this truth lies in the accountability it demands. If you find yourself constantly exploited, it is not solely because the world is evil. It is because you have allowed your weakness to remain exposed. You have handed away your sovereignty. However, the hidden gift of this realization is empowerment. If weakness attracts predation, strength repels it. By cultivating boundaries, building competence, and projecting unshakable confidence, you alter the way the world treats you. The moment you stop bleeding vulnerability, the sharks swim away. You cannot erase exploitation from the human condition, but you can remove yourself from the menu. 68. The Complexity Tax. Why success never gets easier. There is a seductive myth that once you reach a certain level of success, once you make the money, get the title, or achieve the fame, life finally becomes effortless. You imagine a plateau of peace where you can rest, but the brutal truth is that success does not erase problems. It simply replaces old, simple problems with new, complex ones. The broke man struggles with the simple, albeit painful, problem of paying bills. The wealthy man wrestles with asset protection, litigation, tax complexity, and the constant paranoia of being targeted. The unknown fight to be noticed, the famous fight to reclaim their privacy. Success acts as an amplifier. It magnifies your weaknesses, exposes your blind spots to a wider audience, and attracts a higher caliber of envy and competition. The higher you climb, the more eyes are fixed upon you, and the immense pressure of expectation begins to weigh heavier than the struggle of obscurity ever did. What once felt like freedom can quickly morph into a golden cage built out of responsibilities, payrolls, and public image management. You are no longer fighting for survival. You are fighting for maintenance and expansion, which are far more cognitively taxing. This truth is not meant to discourage ambition, but to steel you for the reality of the ascent. Success is not the end of difficulty. It is the evolution of it. The problems you face at the top are high-quality problems, but they are problems nonetheless. They are proof that you have moved forward, but they demand a higher level of psychological durability. The key to survival is realizing that if you cannot handle the small anxieties of the bottom, you will be crushed by the massive stressors of the top. The question is never whether the problems will stop. They won't. The question is whether you are willing to upgrade your capacity to carry the heavier load required to live the life you claim to want. 69. The isolation of vision, the principal agent problem of life, one of the loneliest realizations for any visionary or high achiever, is the understanding that nobody will work harder for your dream than you. This is not a judgment on the character of others. It is a fundamental law of human psychology. No one else can feel the visceral fire burning inside you because the vision lives exclusively in your mind. To the rest of the world, your dream is just an abstraction, a possibility, or perhaps even a nuisance that distracts them from their own survival. They may support you, cheer for you, or work for you, but they will never bleed for the mission the way you must. The brutal truth is that even your closest allies, those who love you most, will not sacrifice their sleep, their comfort, or their future for something that is essentially yours. That burden of obsession belongs to you alone. It is easy to fall into the trap of expecting employees, friends, or partners to match your intensity, but passion cannot be transferred. It must be owned. Employees work for a paycheck. Friends offer encouragement. Mentors offer advice. But none of them will grind through the dark nights of the soul or endure the humiliation of failure on your behalf. This truth can feel profoundly isolating, creating a gap between you and everyone else. But it is also free. Once you stop expecting others to carry your load, you reclaim your agency. You pick up the weight with both hands and move faster because you are no longer waiting for help that isn't coming. The irony of leadership is that once you prove your fanatical commitment, once you show through relentless, lonely effort that you will not stop, people begin to believe. Support grows and doors open. But the momentum always originates with you. Your dream is your responsibility. If you are not willing to be the hardest worker in the room for your own future, you have no right to expect anyone else to care at all. 70. The trap of the victim. How blame surrenders power. Blaming others is the most expensive luxury in the human experience. It feels satisfying in the moment to point the finger at your parents, the economy, your ex-partner, or the system. But this comfort comes at a devastating price. It keeps you stuck. When you blame, you are essentially handing over the keys to your life and declaring, "You are in control of my destiny, not me." You are voluntarily accepting the status of a victim, a passive character in a story written by someone else. Blame shields you from the pain of responsibility, telling you that your unhappiness is not your fault, which means you don't have to face the terrifying work of changing it. However, the brutal cost of this defense mechanism is paralysis. When the cause of your misery is always external, you stop looking inward for solutions. You stop asking, "How can I pivot?" and start replaying the tape of how you were wrong. This story might win you sympathy from others, but sympathy is a worthless currency that buys no progress. Sympathy validates your pain, but it does not change your circumstances. Ownership does. Life will absolutely hand you unfairness, trauma, and setbacks that you did not earn and do not deserve. But the moment you choose blame over responsibility, you chain yourself to the past. Blame locks you in a prison of resentment, while responsibility hands you a sledgehammer to break down the walls. The people who rise from the ashes of chaos are not the ones who scream the loudest about the injustice they suffered. They are the ones who stare into the abyss of their situation and decide, "This may not be my fault, but it is entirely my responsibility to fix." Taking ownership transforms you from a helpless victim into the only person capable of engineering your escape. Stop blaming and start building. 71. The mercy of the market. Why your sweat is worthless. There is a pervasive economic delusion that plagues the working class and the aspiring artist alike. The belief that effort generates value. This is a remnant of the labor theory of value, a concept that suggests a product is worth the amount of work put into it. In the brutal reality of the free market, this theory is dead. The market operates strictly on the subjective theory of value, which states that a thing is only worth what someone is willing to pay for it, regardless of how much you suffered to create it. You can bleed for your work, sacrifice your sleep, and grind until your bones ache. But if the final output does not solve a specific problem or scratch a specific itch for the consumer, your effort is mathematically worthless. This truth crushes egos because it destroys the comforting narrative that trying hard is a virtue that guarantees a reward. We are raised to believe that if we just put in the hours, the universe will balance the scales. But the market is blind to your struggle. It is an indifferent mechanism that measures only the utility of the result. A bridge that collapses is not judged by the sweat of the engineer, but by the failure of the structure. A business that goes bankrupt is not mourned because the founder worked 100-hour weeks. It is liquidated because it failed to find product-market fit. The scoreboard of life tracks wins, not attempts. The sting of this realization lies in exposing how much energy people waste on busy work. Actions that feel productive but create no leverage. They confuse motion with progress and exhaustion with effectiveness. When the reward doesn't come, they feel cheated, crying out that it isn't fair. But the market isn't cruel. It is simply efficient. The hidden power in this harsh truth is that it forces you to pivot from an employee mindset to an outcome mindset. You stop worshiping your own effort and start obsessing over the impact. You learn to ask the only question that matters. Does this offer value to anyone else? Okay. By detaching your ego from your sweat, you can stop grinding yourself into dust for pennies and start positioning yourself to capture value, because the world will never pay you for your pain, only for your solutions. 72. The freedom paradox. Why restriction is the only liberation in the modern lexicon. Freedom is often misinterpreted as the absence of restraint, the ability to do whatever you want, whenever you want, with whomever you want. This definition is a trap. In reality, the unchecked pursuit of impulse is not freedom. It is a form of slavery to your own basal desires. True freedom is counterintuitive. It is the byproduct of strict, unwavering discipline. Without a rigid framework of self-control, you become a servant to your whims, your addictions, and your laziness. You are not free if you cannot stop eating sugar. You are not free if you cannot put down your phone. You are not free if you cannot wake up when you promised yourself you would. Discipline feels like a cage in the short term because it restricts your immediate gratification. It forces you to say no to the warm bed, the extra drink, and the frivolous purchase. However, these micro-restrictions are actually investments in macro-freedom. Discipline builds the infrastructure of autonomy. The financial discipline to save aggressively buys you the freedom to walk away from a toxic boss. The physical discipline to train daily buys you the freedom of mobility and vitality well into old age. The cognitive discipline to study while others party buys you the freedom of competence and high income. The undisciplined individual lives in a constant state of reaction, forever putting out fires caused by their own negligence. Their lack of structure creates chaos, and chaos is the ultimate prison. Conversely, the disciplined individual constructs a life of order that generates options. The irony is profound. The more you restrict your lower impulses, the more you expand your higher possibilities. Discipline is the bridge between the person you are and the person you could be. It is not punishment. It is the only mechanism that allows you to dictate the terms of your existence rather than having them dictated to you by circumstance. 73. The cost of blindness. Why the universe punishes ignorance. There is a legal maxim, ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law excuses no one. This principle extends far beyond the courtroom. It is a fundamental law of the universe. Ignorance is punished, not forgiven, because reality operates on cold, mechanical causality that does not care about your intentions or your lack of knowledge. You can plead innocence. You can claim you didn't know. But if you consume poison believing it to be water, your biology will collapse just the same. If you sign a predatory contract because you didn't understand the terms, the debt will bind you regardless of your naivety. Life does not grant pardons for stupidity or lack of awareness. The brutal truth is that ignorance is the most expensive tax you will ever pay. It costs people their health when they ignore nutritional science, their wealth when they are financially illiterate, and their freedom when they fail to understand the rules of the game they are playing. The world is merciless in this regard. It assesses the penalty with precision, indifferent to whether your error was malicious or merely uninformed. This truth is terrifying because it exposes the extreme vulnerability of the uneducated. Every gap in your knowledge is a vulnerability, a breach in your walls where predators, systems, and misfortunes can enter. Scammers target the financially illiterate. Demagogues target the historically ignorant. Diseases target the biologically unaware. While society might offer you pity, the laws of physics and economics offer none. However, there is agency in this brutality. If ignorance is punished, then knowledge is armor. You must adopt a stance of aggressive curiosity. It is your personal responsibility to learn, to prepare, and to seek the truth before the consequences find you. You cannot know everything, but you can know enough to survive. In a predatory world, ignorance is not bliss. It is a death sentence. 74. The Myth of Time. Why trauma festers in the dark. One of the most dangerous platitudes whispered to the grieving and the broken is that time heals all wounds. This is a lie designed to encourage passivity. Time is not a healer. Time is a masker. It buries trauma under layers of routine, distraction, and noise, but it does not metabolize the pain. Unaddressed wounds do not vanish. They fester in the subconscious, becoming infected pockets of resentment, anxiety, and maladaptive behavior. You might think you have moved on because you haven't cried in a year, but the wound is still there, raw and waiting for a trigger to tear it open again. The brutal truth is that healing is an active, violent process, not a passive waiting game. Scars only form when a wound is properly treated. Otherwise, it remains an open lesion. Real healing requires shadow work, the agonizing process of confronting memories you want to delete, facing the pain you want to ignore, and dissecting the events that broke you. Time without this deliberate action only numbs the senses. Only numbs the senses. This is why you see people in their 50s still acting out the traumas of their childhood, raging at ghosts, and sabotaging relationships due to betrayals that happened decades ago. The clock does not erase history. It only creates distance. Many people walk through life as functional ruins, smiling on the outside, while carrying invisible fractures that dictate their every move. They believe the lie of time's healing power. So they wait for a relief that never comes, merely becoming better actors as the years pass. Acknowledging this truth is painful, but necessary for liberation. You must understand that time is neutral. It will not save you. If you want to be free of your ghosts, you must turn around and face them. Healing requires confrontation, courage, and work. Without it, time just teaches you how to live in a haunted house. 75. The Savior's Suicide. The futility of rescuing the unwilling. There is a specific type of arrogance disguised as compassion. The belief that you can save someone who does not want to be saved. This savior complex is a trap that drains the life force of the empathetic. You can pour your time, your money, and your love into a person who is drowning in their own chaos. But if they refuse to kick their legs, they will simply drag you down into the abyss with them. No amount of profound advice, structural support, or sacrificial love can alter the trajectory of a human being who is committed to their own destruction. The brutal truth is that transformation is an inside job. People must choose to rise. Until that internal switch is flipped, your efforts are merely enabling their stagnation. This reality collides violently with our desire to be good people. We want to believe that our love is a magical force that can fix broken souls. But you cannot fill a cup that has no bottom, and you cannot ignite a fire in wet wood. The sting of this truth is watching potential rot. Seeing people you care about repeatedly choose the path of ruin, despite your desperate interventions. You bleed for them, but nothing changes because the agency belongs to them, not you. Yet, accepting this is the ultimate liberation for the empath. Once you realize you cannot help those who won't help themselves, you stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. You stop confusing self-destruction with kindness. You learn to invest your energy only where it yields a return, in people who are actively swimming, not those who are content to sink. The harsh reality is that sometimes you have to let people hit the bottom, because the bottom is the only place where they might finally find the solid ground to push off from. 76. The hidden ledger, decoding the secret agendas of everyone you meet there, is a fundamental rule of human interaction that the naive constantly overlook, leading to their inevitable manipulation. Everyone has an agenda. Every person you encounter, from the stranger on the street to your most intimate partner, is driven by a complex internal engine of needs, desires, and primal motives. Whether they consciously admit it or not, the brutal truth is that people rarely act without reason, and that reason is almost always rooted in self-interest. Behind the veneer of kindness, the performance of generosity, or the mask of flattery, there is a calculation running in the background. They want something. It might be validation for their fragile ego, access to your network, financial leverage, or simply the dopamine hit of feeling morally superior. This reality does not inherently make people evil. It makes them human. We are biological entities programmed for survival and resource acquisition. The danger lies not in the agenda itself, but in your refusal to acknowledge it. When you walk through the world with a childlike assumption that people operate out of pure, unadulterated selflessness, you are painting a target on your back. You set yourself up to be blindsided by betrayal because you failed to read the terms of the unspoken contract. Friends, colleagues, and lovers all have shadow motives that color their actions. The favor they offer today is often a down payment on the demand they will make tomorrow. Understanding this dynamic does not require you to descend into paranoia. It requires you to ascend into clarity. You must learn to listen to the subtext rather than the text. When someone approaches you, you must train your mind to instantly ask, why are they telling me this? What is the utility of this interaction for them? What is the return on investment they are expecting? When you view the world through this transactional lens, you stop being a pawn on someone else's chessboard and start becoming a player. You can align their agendas with yours to create powerful, mutually beneficial alliances. But if you forget that the agenda exists, you surrender control. The moment you accept that every handshake hides a motive, you become impossible to deceive. 77. The strategic dormancy. Why patience is a weapon of war in a modern culture that is chemically addicted to speed, instant gratification, and the dopamine hits of now. Patience has been relegated to a passive virtue. However, in the realm of power dynamics, patience is not passivity. It is a weapon. It is rare and powerful, precisely because the vast majority of your competition lacks the psychological hardware to endure it. Most people crumble when results do not manifest immediately. They abandon their strategic positions, sabotage their relationships, and destroy their long-term potential because they cannot tolerate the transition, the void, that agonizing gap between execution and reward. Time serves as the great filter. It separates the tourists from the titans. Those who can endure the silence while others quit are inevitably the ones who inherit the earth. The brutal truth is that nothing of magnitude, be it an empire, a mastery of skill, or a deep love, can be built overnight. Success operates on the law of compounding, which requires a long runway of invisibility before the exponential curve kicks in. Impatience acts as a form of self-sabotage. It convinces you that the lack of immediate visible progress equals failure, leading you to dig up your seeds just to see if they are growing, thereby killing the harvest. Patience is powerful because it allows you to outlast the frantic energy of your rivals. The disciplined investor who waits while others panic accumulates wealth. The master who drills the basics while others chase shortcuts achieves dominance. True patience is active endurance. It is the strength to keep grinding, keep believing, and keep holding the line when every emotion in your body is screaming for release. It is the ability to suppress the urge to quit or pivot prematurely. Those who master this dark art wield a power stronger than talent or luck because they are operating on a timeline that their enemies cannot comprehend. While the world rushes toward the cliff, the patient man waits for the path to clear. 78. The Fortress of Hubris. How pride engineers your collapse. Pride is often mistaken for confidence, but in the psychological architecture of a human being, they are opposites. Confidence is built on evidence. Pride is built on delusion. Pride ruins more than it builds because it acts as a blinder, severing your connection to reality. It whispers the seductive lie that you are always right, that you have nothing left to learn, and that admitting a mistake is a sign of inferiority. This cognitive rigidity makes you brittle. It convinces you to protect your ego at all costs, even if the price is burning valuable bridges, ignoring critical warnings, and clinging to strategies that are actively destroying. The brutal truth is that history is littered with the corpses of kings and captains of industry who were destroyed not by a lack of resources, but by an excess of pride. It acts as an anesthetic that numbs you to the pain of your own incompetence, preventing the feedback loop necessary for growth. Relationships shatter because an apology feels like a defeat. Careers stall because asking for help feels like weakness. Pride isolates you in a fortress of your own making, where you are the king of nothing. It builds walls where bridges should stand, convincing you that lowering your guard to learn from another is a humiliation rather than an opportunity. What makes pride so dangerous is its camouflage. It feels like strength, but it is actually profound fragility. A truly strong person has no issue admitting fault because their identity is not tied to being perfect. It is tied to being effective. Pride cannot do this. It demands constant validation and collapses under the slightest challenge. The world respects those who are strong enough to rise, but it reveres those who are humble enough to listen, adapt, and bend without breaking. Pride may give you a fleeting feeling of superiority, but humility builds the kind of legacy that survives the storm. You must kill your pride before it kills your future. 79. The Entropy of Luck. Why the window always closes there is a haunting concept in decision theory related to irreversibility, and it applies directly to the opportunities in your life. Some opportunities never come back. This is a truth that burns with the acid of regret when ignored. Life does not offer an infinite horizon of chances. It offers specific temporal windows where the right time, the right place, and the right resource align. If you hesitate, if you let fear, laziness, or the illusion of later stall your hand, those windows slam shut. And when they do, they often seal forever. You tell yourself a comforting lie. There will be another chance. You convince yourself that the market will wait, the person will wait, or the inspiration will strike again. But later is a myth. Opportunities are living, decaying organisms. Once they died, they do not resurrect. The job you didn't apply for, the investment you didn't make, the words of love you didn't speak. They do not sit in a cosmic waiting room. They move on to someone who is ready to seize them. This truth is brutal because it forces you to confront the permanence of your inaction. The sting of this reality lies in its silence. You rarely get a notification that says, "This is the last time." You only realize it in retrospect, when you are looking at the empty space where a future could have been. The pain of this realization is the heaviest burden you will ever carry. However, hidden inside this cruelty is a fire. If you understand that some opportunities are finite, then hesitation becomes a death sentence. This knowledge forces you into a state of predatory presence. You stop waiting for perfect timing and start moving with violence when the door cracks open, because you know that tomorrow is promised to no one. The chance you ignore today is the regret you will nurse on your deathbed. 80. The cult of busyness. Why you are failing despite the hustle. We live in a society that worships the aesthetic of the grind. Being busy has become a status symbol, a way to signal importance and value. But beneath this frantic activity lies a dark truth. You are not as busy as you think. You are just unfocused. Most people confuse motion with progress. They fill their days with low-value, shallow work, answering emails, attending pointless meetings, scrolling for research, and mistake this exhaustion for productivity. But the reality is that most of this energy is wasted heat, scattered across distractions that keep them feeling important without actually moving the needle on their life's work. Busyness is often a form of laziness, lazy thinking, and indiscriminate action. It is a defense mechanism used to avoid the terrifying difficulty of deep, focused work. The brutal truth is that you do have the time. You simply lack the clarity and the discipline to harness it. Hours vanish into the void of digital distraction, into conversations that yield no value, and into worrying about variables you cannot control. The mind craves stimulation, and the unfocused individual feeds it junk food, wondering why they feel bloated and lethargic yet accomplished nothing. Focus, by contrast, acts as a laser. It cuts through the noise. When you decide what truly matters and apply your full cognitive weight to it, you discover that a focused hour is worth more than a distracted week. The difference between the elite and the stuck is rarely a matter of time. Everyone has the same 24 hours. It is a matter of ruthless prioritization. You are not drowning because your plate is too full. You are drowning because you filled it with scraps instead of sustenance. The harsh reality is that your busyness is self-inflicted. Until you stop using "I'm busy" as a shield against the truth of your inefficiency, you will remain a hamster on a wheel, sweating, running, and dying in the exact same spot you started. 81. The Avalanche Protocol. Why success is a physics problem in the physics of success. There is a force more powerful than talent, luck, or even strategy: momentum. The hardest part of any endeavor, be it launching a business, transforming a physique, or learning a skill, is the beginning. This is due to the law of static friction. Objects at rest desperately want to stay at rest. You have to push against the crushing weight of inertia, fighting doubt, fatigue, and the lack of visible results. This initial phase is the valley of death, where most ambitions die. However, for the few who survive the grind of the start, a magical shift occurs. Momentum makes success easier because once you are in motion, progress begins to compound in ways that feel almost effortless. The psychological reality is that winning is a habit, but it requires an initial investment of brute force to establish. Once you create movement, the effort begins to multiply itself. Once you create movement, the effort begins to multiply itself. Each small win releases dopamine, which fuels the next action, creating a positive feedback loop. Each habit strengthens the neural pathways for the next, and suddenly, what once felt impossible begins to feel inevitable. This is the flywheel effect. Pushing the wheel requires immense energy at first, but once it spins, its own weight carries it forward. The brutal truth is that most people never experience this state because they quit too early. They grind for a week or a month and stop just millimeters before the compounding effect kicks in. They restart over and over, exhausting themselves with new beginnings, never pushing long enough to taste the exponential power of consistency. Momentum is the invisible force that separates those who barely try from those who achieve greatness. It does not just make progress faster. It changes the nature of the work itself. Discipline that once felt unbearable becomes automatic. Work that once drained you becomes second nature. The weight that once crushed you becomes the very thing that strengthens you. Like a snowball rolling downhill, momentum grows with every rotation until it becomes an avalanche, crushing obstacles that once seemed immovable. To harness this, you must understand you do not need massive leaps. You need to keep moving. Small actions repeated relentlessly build the avalanche. Once you harness momentum, success feels less like a struggle and more like gravity pulling you forward. 82. The rot of inaction. Why the universe wants to destroy you. There is a fundamental law of thermodynamics that applies directly to the human condition. Entropy. This is the universal tendency for all systems to move from order into disorder, from complexity into chaos. Entropy wins if you do nothing because everything in life naturally decays without the active injection of energy. Your body weakens and atrophies if you stop training. Your mind dulls and loses cognitive sharpness if you stop learning. Your relationships fade into estrangement if you stop nurturing them. Order requires a constant tithe of energy, but chaos requires nothing at all. It creeps in the moment you grow complacent. Comfort convinces you that standing still is a safe option, a neutral state where you can rest. But in reality, stillness is a slow death. The brutal truth is that neglect always costs more than effort. While you are taking a break or coasting, entropy is busy dismantling everything you have built. This is why dreams rot when not pursued, why talents rust when not sharpened, and why opportunities vanish when not seized. The universe does not reward potential. It aggressively punishes inaction. Time acts as a corrosive agent, dragging you forward into decay, whether you consent to participate in life or not. If you refuse to fight for progress, decay will claim your assets, your ambition, and your spirit. Entropy does not need your permission to ruin you. It takes your health while you binge distractions. It takes your future while you hesitate. It takes your social bonds while you assume they will always be there. Every day you do nothing, the silent erosion grows stronger. By the time you notice the damage, the structural integrity of your life may have already collapsed. But this harsh truth is also a weapon for the disciplined. If entropy never sleeps, neither can you. It forces you to value momentum and embrace the pain of discipline, because the alternative is not rest, it is rot. The second you stop building, entropy starts winning, and it never shows mercy. 83. The outcome cult. Why your hard work is irrelevant. There is a comforting lie that forms the bedrock of the employee mindset. The belief that effort is a currency that buys reward. This is the labor theory of value. And in the real world, it is dead. The market doesn't care about your effort, only value. This truth crushes egos because it strips away the moral superiority of trying hard. You can pour your heart into a project, sacrifice your sleep, and bleed yourself dry with endless hours of work. But if what you create does not solve a problem, meet a demand, or improve someone else's life, the market will ignore you with absolute indifference. Effort may earn you sympathy from your mother, but value earns you rewards from the world. A bridge that collapses is not praised because the engineer worked 80-hour weeks designing it. A business that goes bankrupt is not celebrated for the founder's sleepless nights. The scoreboard of reality tracks wins, not sweat. This truth is brutal because it exposes the unfairness of efficient systems. You may work harder than someone else and still watch them surpass you because their actions produced impact while yours produced nothing but fatigue. People hide behind how much they tried as if effort is a shield against criticism. But the world does not trade in effort. It trades in outcomes. The sting of this truth lies in realizing how much wasted energy people pour into being busy instead of being valuable. They confuse motion with progress and sweat with success. Then they feel cheated when the world doesn't reward them. But the world isn't cruel. It is transactional. The hidden beauty of this truth is that once you accept it, you stop worshiping effort for effort's sake. You stop acting like a martyr of the grind and start thinking like a strategist of value. You learn to ask, what result am I creating? Rather than how hard am I working? Because the market doesn't care how much you gave. It only cares whether what you gave was worth something. Until you face that, you will remain stuck in the crowd of those who tried their best but never delivered. 84. The specialist's dominance. The power of becoming lopsided modern culture celebrates the Renaissance man, the individual who is good at everything. But in a hyper-competitive global economy, this is a recipe for mediocrity. You can't be great at everything because greatness demands obsession, and obsession creates an imbalance. The brutal truth is that mastery requires sacrifice, and when you try to master everything, you master nothing. Time, energy, and neural bandwidth are strictly limited currencies. The more you scatter them across countless pursuits, the weaker each individual effort becomes. This is the generalist's curse, and it explains why so many talented people remain average. They chase every possibility but commit to none. The world tells you to seek balance, to be well-rounded. But a well-rounded object has no point, no edge, and no ability to pierce through resistance. Greatness is forged through ruthless focus, the kind that narrows your vision to one pursuit so intensely that everything else fades into the background. This is why the best athletes, artists, and innovators often seem one-dimensional or eccentric. They chose depth over breadth, excellence over balance. Excellence over balance. They accepted that to be the best in the world at one thing, they had to be incompetent at many others. The painful part of this truth is the necessity of killing your potential selves. You may have the aptitude to be a musician, an engineer, and a chef, but you cannot be elite at all of them simultaneously. Choosing greatness in one area means burying the illusion of being great in many. It is a trade most people cannot stomach because they fear missing out. This hesitation is why true greatness is rare. You can dabble in everything and be a hobbyist, but if you want to be undeniable, you must decide where to aim your fire. You can't be great at everything, but if you are willing to burn for one thing, you can be legendary at it. That is the choice only the brave make. 85. The laser doctrine. How to outperform geniuses. There is a widespread myth that raw talent is the primary predictor of success. We look at the naturally gifted and assume they have an insurmountable advantage. But in the long game of achievement, focus beats talent. Raw ability without direction is merely wasted potential energy. The world is filled with people who are naturally gifted, brilliant minds, strong bodies, creative souls, who are working for people with half their IQ, but double their focus. Talent makes you culpable, but focus makes you dangerous. When you channel your attention fully, cutting out distractions, and pouring yourself into one pursuit with relentless intensity, you create a force multiplier that outpaces those who rely on talent alone. The brutal truth is that talent is common, but the discipline to focus is rare. Everyone knows someone who was most likely to succeed in high school, but ended up going nowhere because they let their attention drift. They chased too many rabbits and caught none. Meanwhile, the individual with average ability but laser focus continues to rise, step by step, day by day, until they surpass the naturally gifted who are still coasting on their potential. Focus acts as a magnifying glass. It concentrates the scattered rays of your energy into a single point, intense enough to start a fire. 10 years of scattered, distracted effort cannot compete with 5 years of focused, deep work. Talent gives you a head start, but without focus, you will stumble before the finish line. This truth stings because it destroys the excuse that you just aren't talented enough. It reveals that your lack of success is likely a lack of attention management. Focus is the weapon that turns potential into power. It is the choice to shut out the noise, to say no to the shiny objects, and to pour yourself so deeply into one thing that success becomes not a possibility, but a certainty. Talent is a gift you are born with. Focus is a decision you make every day. And in the end, decisions always win. 86. The boomerang effect. The inescapable physics of consequence. There is a fundamental law of the universe that operates with the cold precision of gravity, causality. You cannot escape consequences because every choice you make, every action you take, and every word you speak plants a seed that will eventually and inevitably germinate. This is not a moral judgment. It is mechanical physics. Newton's third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And this applies as much to human behavior as it does to objects in motion. The brutal truth is that life keeps a meticulous score, even when you delude yourself into thinking no one is watching. You can lie, cheat, procrastinate, neglect your health, or betray a trust. But the invoice for those actions is already being printed. The illusion of escape is the favorite drug of the short-sighted. People convince themselves they got away with it because the punishment was not immediate. This is the lag time fallacy. Consequences are patient. They do not always knock on your door the moment you make the mistake. They accumulate quietly in the background, compounding interest like a high-yield debt, until one day they arrive with a force that shatters your reality. The health you neglected for a decade does not fail all at once. It erodes silently until the catastrophic diagnosis. The trust you chipped away at with white lies does not break instantly. It dissolves until you find yourself alone. This truth feels cruel because it removes the possibility of hiding. But it is also the foundation of justice, and ultimately, power. If negative actions compound into disaster, positive actions compound into miracles. If you work relentlessly, learn constantly, and treat others with strategic respect, those choices are also seeds. You may not see the harvest today, but the reward is approaching with the same mathematical certainty as the penalty. You cannot cheat the system of cause and effect. You can only decide which set of consequences you want to live with, the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. The bill always comes due, and you will pay it in full. 87. The architecture of delusion. Why you are your own worst liar, the most skilled deceiver you will ever encounter, is not a con artist, a politician, or a manipulative lover. It is the voice in your own head. Most people lie often to themselves, constructing elaborate labyrinths of denial to protect their egos from the harsh light of reality. These lies are not malicious. They are defensive. They are the stories you tell to survive the cognitive dissonance of knowing you should be doing better, but lacking the will to change. You lie about being happy in a relationship that is emotionally dead. You lie about loving a job that crushes your soul. You lie about your discipline, your diet, and your potential. This self-deception acts as a psychological anesthetic. It numbs the pain of mediocrity and allows you to endure a life that falls far short of your standards. But the brutal truth is that these lies rot you from the inside out. They create a fracture in your psyche between who you are and who you pretend to be. This internal conflict drains your energy, kills your confidence, and breeds a deep, low-level anxiety that no amount of distraction can cure. You tell yourself you will start tomorrow, that the timing isn't right, or that you are doing your best, when deep down, you know these are fabrications designed to soothe your cowardice. The sting of this truth lies in the realization that you are complicit in your own stagnation. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a victim of your own narrative. The most dangerous lies are not the ones you tell others to save face, but the ones you whisper to yourself to sleep at night. Yet recognizing this pattern is the first step toward radical power. The moment you stop lying to yourself, the moment you look in the mirror and admit, I am lazy, I am scared, or I am failing, you regain agency. Brutal honesty is the solvent that dissolves delusion. It hurts, but it heals. You must choose between the comfort of a lie and the jagged edge of the truth, because only one of them leads to freedom. 88. The sovereign mind. Taking ownership of your neurochemistry in the modern era of therapeutic language, we have become accustomed to outsourcing the blame for our internal states. We say, he made me angry, or this situation is making me anxious. But the dark truth of psychological mastery is that you are responsible for your emotions. Emotions are real, biological events. Surges of cortisol, adrenaline, or dopamine. But how you interpret, react to, and sustain them is a cognitive choice. Blaming others for your emotional state is a form of slavery. It hands the remote control of your brain to external agents, allowing strangers, circumstances, and accidents to dictate your peace of mind. The brutal reality is that when you refuse ownership of your feelings, you remain powerless. You become a reactive creature, tossed around by every slight, every setback, and every opinion that crosses your path. This is the victim trap, where you wait for the world to change so you can feel better. But the world will not change for you. Owning your emotions does not mean suppressing them or pretending to be a robot. It means noticing the trigger, naming the feeling, and inserting a pause before you react. That microsecond gap between stimulus and response is where your freedom lives. People who refuse this responsibility stay stuck in loops of drama, allowing minor insults to ruin entire days and making permanent decisions based on temporary moods. Those who accept it become formidable. They use emotion as data, not directives. They discipline their reactions and choose responses that align with their long-term goals, rather than their immediate impulses. Emotion will always visit you. It is part of the human condition. But responsibility determines whether it destroys you or refines you. You must stop asking the world to handle you with care and start handling yourself with command. 89. The Iron Law of Status. Why pity is a dead-end. Human beings are hierarchical primates wired by millions of years of evolution to seek safety and resources. In this primal calculation, people admire strength, not weakness. We are drawn to power, resilience, and the capacity to endure because these traits signal survival. We respect those who rise after being knocked down, who carry themselves with gravity in the face of chaos, and who refuse to shatter when life applies pressure. Strength inspires because it represents the stability we all crave but rarely possess. It acts as a gravitational force, pulling people into your orbit because they believe you can protect them or lead them. Weakness, by contrast, triggers a subconscious revulsion. While society may offer performative sympathy or pity, these are not respect. Pity is a low-status emotion. It is what you feel for something beneath you, something broken that cannot survive on its own. The brutal truth is that broadcasting your vulnerability, your helplessness, or your fragility does not win you allies. It marks you as a liability. In the dark psychology of leadership and attraction, weakness repels because it signals danger. It suggests that you are a sinking ship that might drag others down with you. This does not mean you must never feel pain or experience failure. The definition of strength is not the absence of struggle. It is the refusal to surrender to it. It is the choice to stand up again and again, no matter how many times the world knocks you over. That persistence is what commands awe. People watch to see if you will break, and when you don't, their doubt transforms into reverence. You must understand that the world has enough victims. It is starving for victors. If you want to be valued, you must forge yourself into someone who can carry the load, not someone who needs to be carried. Strength is the only currency that universally buys respect. 90. The crisis filter. How trauma purges your circle. It is easy to have an entourage when the sun is shining. When you are winning, wealthy and full of life, you will be surrounded by laughter, applause, and people who claim to be your tribe. But these connections are often untested and superficial. The dark utility of suffering is that hardship reveals true friends. When the lights go out, when you lose the money, the status, or the health, the crowd vanishes. The silence that follows is painful, but it is also a moment of profound clarity. Hardship acts as a filtration system, burning away the parasites, the fair-weather acquaintances, and the opportunists who were only there for the ride. The brutal truth is that struggle exposes loyalty in ways prosperity never can. Most people are contextual friends. They are loyal to the situation, not the person. Once you no longer provide utility, entertainment, or status, their attachment to you dissolves. This betrayal hurts, but you must reframe it. You have not lost friends. You have lost illusions. You have been given the gift of seeing who is actually standing in your corner. The rare few who remain, who sit with you in the ashes, who answer the phone when you have nothing to offer, are the only ones who matter. These bonds are forged in fire, not in fun. They are the remnant, the people who value you for your essence rather than your output. The sting of abandonment teaches you that loyalty is scarce and precious. It cures you of the need to be popular, and replaces it with the desire to be deeply connected to a chosen few. You may lose quantity in the process of hardship, but you gain infinite quality. Do not mourn the ones who left. Thank the crisis for removing them. The friends who stay when the world crumbles are not just companions. They are family earned through the shared trauma of survival. 91. The biological ultimatum. Why time is the only opponent you cannot defeat. There is a silent, relentless predator stalking you at every moment, one that cannot be bribed, reasoned with, or outrun. The biological clock. You can't outrun aging because it is not merely a concept. It is a cellular reality that creeps closer with every heartbeat. In the hubris of youth, we often operate under the delusion of immortality. We treat vitality as an infinite resource, spending it recklessly on vices, stress, and neglect. However, youth feels infinite only until the moment it isn't. Until you notice the deepening lines in the mirror, the slowing of your recovery time, or the quiet betrayals of a body that once felt invincible. Aging is the one opponent that never tires, never stops, and has a perfect winning record against every organism that has ever existed. This truth is brutal because it violently strips away the illusion of permanence that we use to comfort ourselves. We build our lives on the precarious foundation of later, convincing ourselves that there will always be another tomorrow to chase that dream, fix that relationship, or prioritize our health. But later is a lie. It is a debt that accumulates interest until it bankrupts you. The energy you waste today is gone forever. It will not return. The risks you avoid in your prime may never present themselves again because the window of opportunity is tied to your biological capacity to seize it. The longer you wait, the narrower the path becomes until you are left with nothing but the memory of what you could have done. The sting of this truth lies in the merciless nature of time. It does not care if you are wealthy, powerful, or kind. It extracts the same tax from everyone. It takes youth, beauty, and strength without apology. You cannot bargain with it. However, hidden inside this cruelty is a profound gift: urgency. If you cannot outrun aging, your only rational choice is to respect it by maximizing the present. This realization should force you to treat your health as a sacred asset and to seize moments now instead of hoarding them for a future that is not guaranteed. You must stop sleepwalking through your days and start living with the intensity of someone who knows the clock is ticking. Aging will catch you no matter what, but you get to decide whether you meet it broken by regret or blazing with a life fully lived. 92. The Sandcastle Effect. The brutal liberation of impermanence. Human psychology is wired to seek stability, yet we exist in a universe governed by entropy and flux. The resulting cognitive dissonance creates immense suffering. The truth is that nothing is permanent, and this reality both wounds and frees you. Everything you currently identify with, your youth, your health, your relationships, your success, and even your deepest pain, will eventually change, decay, or vanish entirely. The brutal reality is that time erodes all things, and no matter how tightly you cling to your possessions or people, life will eventually pry them from your hands. This is the source of most human anxiety. The desperate, futile attempt to freeze time and resist the inevitable flow of change. Permanence is a comforting illusion we construct to feel safe, but it has never existed in the natural world. This truth can crush you if you fight it. You will inevitably lose people you love to death or distance. You will watch cherished moments fade into hazy memories. You will outgrow friends, places, and even versions of yourself. The world will shift beneath your feet, whether you are ready for it or not. However, within this harshness lies an extraordinary psychological tool. If nothing is permanent, then your suffering is also temporary. No failure defines you eternally. No pain lasts forever, and no circumstance is unchangeable. Most people suffer more from their resistance to change than from the change itself. They cling to the past, mourning the loss of what they thought would last forever, rather than adapting to what is. But those who embrace impermanence gain a dangerous kind of freedom. They live with urgency because they know the clock is ticking. They love more deeply because they know the connection is finite. They dare more boldly because they know the consequences will eventually fade. Nothing is permanent, not your trauma, not your empire, not even your life. When you finally accept that you are building sandcastles near the tide, you stop waiting for forever and start living fiercely for now. 93. The House of Cards. Why status is a borrowed crown in the hierarchy of social animals. Status is often equated with survival, leading us to obsess over our rank. But in the modern world, status is fragile because it rests not on who you are, but on how others perceive you. It is a construct built entirely on the shifting sands of public opinion. Perception can shift in an instant. One wrong word, one public mistake, or one rumor whispered loudly enough can cause the pedestal you stand on to crumble beneath you. The recognition and applause you worked decades to build can vanish overnight, replaced by criticism, mockery, or the worst fate of all, indifference. Status is not solid ground. It is glass, and every moment you carry it, you risk it shattering. The brutal truth is that status is never truly yours to own. It is leased from the crowd. It is granted by their admiration, respect, or envy, all of which are fickle emotions. Because people are easily swayed and quick to move on to the next novelty, the value they place on you is inherently unstable. Today, you are the hero. Tomorrow, you are the villain or the forgotten. The higher you climb, the more fragile your balance becomes, creating a paradox where the most powerful people are often the most insecure. This reality destroys the illusion that status equals security. Titles, followers, awards, and applause cannot protect you from the shifting tides of perception. They can vanish, leaving you exposed and wondering if your existence mattered. But within this harsh truth lies clarity. If status is fragile, it cannot be your foundation. You must build your worth on things that cannot be taken away: your character, your skills, and your resilience. These are the assets that remain after the market crashes or the crowd turns. Status may come and go with the wind, but strength endures. The world may strip away your titles, but what remains after the collapse is what was real all along. Do not build your home in the minds of others, build it in your own competence. 94. The Velvet Prison. How comfort addiction rewires your brain biologically. Your brain is designed to seek efficiency and conserve energy, which makes the modern environment of abundance a dangerous trap. Comfort is addictive because once you taste the ease of safety, your mind begins to crave it like a powerful narcotic. The warmth of routine, the security of predictability, and the softness of familiarity trigger dopamine release, lulling you into a trance where risk feels dangerous and growth feels unnecessary. The more you indulge in comfort, the harder it becomes to step away from it, creating a feedback loop of dependency. Slowly, without realizing it, you build invisible chains around your own potential. The brutal truth is that comfort rewires your psychology. It teaches you to avoid challenge, to flinch at uncertainty, and to settle for a fraction of what you are capable of. Every time you choose comfort over effort, you are reinforcing neural pathways of weakness. The walls of your prison grow thicker with every canceled workout, every skipped difficult conversation, and every risk avoided. The worst part is that it does not announce itself as destruction. Comfort feels like peace while it quietly suffocates your ambition. Years can vanish this way, leaving behind dreams left untouched and a life left unlived. Comfort doesn't just dull your edge, it steals your hunger. It makes you forget the fire that once drove you to chase and demand more from yourself. When life eventually forces change, because entropy ensures it always does, you find yourself weak, unprepared, and resentful, wishing you had built resilience instead of clinging to ease. Like any addiction, comfort offers temporary relief but leaves long-term damage. The only way to break it is to deliberately step into discomfort, to seek out challenge, and to stretch until it hurts. You must tear yourself free before the velvet prison quietly kills the person you were meant to be. 95. The Law of Sacrifice. Why you cannot have it all. We live in a culture that sells the myth of having it all. The perfect career, the perfect family, and endless leisure time. But the physics of time and energy dictate a different reality. Sacrifice is unavoidable. You must choose what to sacrifice because you cannot have everything. Every yes you give to one thing is an automatic no to something else. If you chase comfort, you sacrifice growth. If you chase growth, you sacrifice comfort. If you choose laziness, you sacrifice your future freedom. If you choose discipline, you sacrifice present ease. No matter what path you take, something will burn. The only question is whether you burn what matters or what holds you back. This truth is brutal because people cling to the fantasy of a cost-free existence. They want success without the sleepless nights, fitness without the hunger, and love without the vulnerability. But reality demands a price for every outcome. You do not escape sacrifice. You only decide whether it will be intentional or accidental. The sting of this truth is in realizing how often people sacrifice the wrong things. They sacrifice their health for money, only to spend that money later trying to buy back their health. They sacrifice time with loved ones for status, only to discover that status feels empty in a lonely house. You must understand that life is a constant exchange. Something must always be lost to gain something else. However, this truth carries immense power. Once you accept that sacrifice is inevitable, you begin to choose wisely. You stop wasting your best years on things that drain you and start paying the price for things that build you. You stop drifting and start transacting with the universe on your own terms. If you choose your sacrifices with purpose, what you gain will be worth far more than what you gave up. The art of life is not in avoiding pain, but in choosing the pain that leads to power. 96. The Tolerance Threshold. How you train people to disrespect you. There is a harsh mechanism in behavioral psychology known as operant conditioning. And whether you realize it or not, you are constantly using it to teach the world how to treat you. Life gives you what you tolerate. This is the brutal truth of social dynamics. The standards you set for yourself are not merely internal guidelines. They are the external boundaries that shape your reality. Every time you allow disrespect to slide without consequence, every time you accept laziness from a partner or mediocrity from a colleague, you are silently signing a contract that gives permission for that behavior to stay. You are reinforcing the neural pathways in their brain that say, "This is acceptable." The world rarely hands you what you truly deserve based on your intrinsic merit. It hands you what you demand, enforce, and refuse to compromise on. If you accept less, you will inevitably get less. If you accept excuses, you will find yourself surrounded by people who offer nothing but rationalizations for their failures. If you accept unhappiness or toxic behavior, it calcifies into your normal, creating a baseline of misery that becomes incredibly difficult to escape. Most people do not lack potential. They lack standards. They tolerate jobs that drain their soul, relationships that diminish their self-worth, and habits that destroy their bodies. Then wonder why life feels so heavy. But every tolerance is a choice, and every choice sets the tone for what follows. The dark truth is that others will only treat you as well as you require them to. Your environment acts like a gas. It will only rise as high as the lid you place upon it. Raising your standards is terrifying because it invites conflict. It means you must embrace confrontation, risk the loss of relationships, and often walk away from the comfort of the known. But the alternative is worse. Living trapped by conditions you secretly resent. The day you draw the line in the sand, the day you say never again and mean it, is the day the power dynamic shifts. Life does not reward wishes. It responds to limits. If you keep tolerating less than you are capable of, reality will oblige you by keeping you small. 97. The liability of potential. Why could have is a curse. Potential is the most dangerous narcotic in the human experience because it feels like power, yet it possesses no mass in the real world. Your potential means nothing if unused. Unrealized ability has zero weight in the marketplace of reality. You can be a genius, a creative prodigy, or an athlete with world-class genetics, but if you never turn that raw possibility into kinetic action, it dies with you. Cemeteries are the wealthiest places on earth, filled with unwritten bestsellers, unbuilt empires, and unfulfilled dreams. Definitive proof that potential alone is worthless without the violence of execution. The brutal truth is that no one cares what you could have been. The world only recognizes what you became. Potential is seductive because it offers a sense of status without the risk of failure. People tell you that you are gifted, that you have a bright future, and you start to believe that the promise itself is enough. But potential is a debt you owe to your future self. Every day you waste without capitalizing on it, the interest compounds against you. Eventually, the weight of unused potential transforms into regret, and regret is psychologically heavier than failure ever could be. The harsh beauty of this truth is that potential is only valuable when it is converted into results through the alchemy of discipline. Effort, consistency, and courage are the mechanisms that transform could into did. A less talented person who acts with ferocity will always surpass a more talented person who waits for the perfect moment. The world does not reward possibilities. It rewards proof. If you die with your potential still locked inside you, it will not comfort you to know you could have done more. The only thing that matters is what you built, what you created, and what you gave while the clock was running. Potential is a perishable good with an expiration date. Use it now or lose it forever. 98. The tomb of the past. Escaping the prison of memory, there is a form of temporal paralysis that afflicts the human mind, the obsession with rewriting history. But the past can't be changed. It is carved in stone, absolutely untouchable by your regret, your anger, or your desperate longing for a different outcome. No matter how many nights you lie awake replaying the mistake, no matter how many what-ifs you torment yourself with, the events remain fixed in the timeline. The argument happened, the opportunity was missed, and the betrayal cut deep. The brutal truth is that time flows in only one direction. Every second you spend clinging to what is gone is a second you steal from the construction of what is next. What makes this truth so painful is that memory is alive. It breathes and haunts the present. It whispers reminders of your failures when you least expect them. However, memory is not malleable reality. It is a psychological weight you choose to carry or set down. While the past cannot be rewritten, your relationship with it is entirely under your control. You can let it chain you, keeping you trapped in cycles of guilt and bitterness, effectively living in a mausoleum of your own making. Or you can let it sharpen you, turning scars into lessons and losses into fuel for your ascent. Many people waste their lives arguing with ghosts, wishing for an alternate timeline that will never arrive. They lose today while mourning yesterday. Strength is born in radical acceptance, the ability to look at the past with clear, dry eyes and say, "It is done." The past belongs to you only as a teacher, never as a jailer. The past cannot be changed, but the future is clay in your hands. If you stop trying to edit the unchangeable and start creating the possible, you discover that the power you craved was never behind you. It was always waiting in the choice you make right now. 99. The point of power. Weaponizing the immediate moment, there is a singular truth that slices through the twin demons of regret and anxiety. The present is all you truly have. The past is a memory trace, untouchable and immutable. The future is a projection, a fantasy that may never arrive. The only piece of time that is real, the only dimension you can touch, shape, and live inside, is now. Yet, most people abandon the present, drowning in the wreckage of what is gone or obsessing over the uncertainty of what is not yet here. This truth is brutal because it reveals the sheer volume of life wasted in places we cannot control. People replay mistakes that cannot be undone, holding on to pain that chains them to yesterday. Others live for someday, postponing joy and action while waiting for the right job, the right partner, or the right feeling, as if the future is guaranteed. Both groups lose the only asset they actually own, the moment unfolding in front of them. The sting of this truth is realizing how quickly the present slips through your fingers. Every second you spend consumed by the past or lost in future anxieties is a piece of biological life you will never get back. The clock does not pause while you daydream or wallow. The present moves relentlessly forward, indifferent to whether you honor it or ignore it. But inside this truth lies the ultimate liberation. If the present is all you truly have, then every moment becomes a tactical opportunity to act, to love, to grow, and to change. Life is not waiting somewhere ahead of you in a hypothetical future. It is happening right now. The point of power is always in the immediate. You must seize it with violence and intent, because if you waste it, it is gone forever. 100. The architect of fate. Why destiny is a choice, not a chance in the final analysis of human existence. There is one governing principle that overrides luck, circumstance, and talent. Your choices define your destiny. Every decision you make, no matter how microscopic, exerts a vector force on your life, pushing it in a specific direction and shaping the person you become. The brutal truth is that destiny is not written in the stars. It is written in your habits, your actions, and your daily commitments. People love to blame fate, the economy, or bad luck because it absolves them of the burden of agency. But the reality is that where you end up is overwhelmingly the result of the choices you make again and again. Each choice compounds like interest. The food you choose to eat today decides your health a decade from now. The money you choose to save or spend dictates your future freedom or servitude. The people you choose to surround yourself with influence your mindset, your ambition, and your limits. Even the smallest decisions, the hour you waste scrolling versus the hour you invest in learning, are bricks laid on the path you are walking. Over time, that path calcifies into your life. The harshest part of this truth is that you cannot escape the necessity of choosing. Even refusing to choose is a choice in itself. And passivity builds a destiny of regret just as surely as recklessness builds one of ruin. Every moment you hesitate, every time you settle for less, every time you avoid responsibility, you are carving out a future you will be forced to inhabit. But the beauty within this brutality is absolute power. If choices define destiny, then you hold the pen, change your choices, and you rewrite your life. The question is not whether you have a destiny. It is whether you will shape it deliberately or let it be written for you by fear, laziness, and indecision. The pen is in your hand. Write.